Hi everyone, welcome back to the stream. Today is Valentine's Day. Happy Tuesday. We're going to be continuing Prince of Persia today. Today is Tuesday, right? I'm not crazy. Today is Wednesday. Embarrassing. My days are so off because of every day feeling the same. But anyway, Prince of Persia will be continued today. We're gonna lower the difficulty. That's a stream first for this playthrough. But I'm not interested in fighting this tanky boss on hero difficulty, so we're gonna just lower things. Otherwise, not much else as far as introductions are concerned. We can go right in. As usual, let me know if the audio needs fixing. All right, let's get to the difficulty setting right now. Can't remember where it is because I've never actually changed it. They have all these other things too for accessibility, which is great, but I think the only thing we're looking for here is difficulty. There it is. So right now we're on hero. We've been on hero for the entirety of the playthrough so far, but we're gonna change to warrior, which is the default difficulty. And there's definitely some non-trivial changes being done here. You can see author depletion rate went from fast to off. You can see the enemy damage and environmental damage went down. The enemy health is not going to change though. That's the big factor here. So this boss is still going to be pretty tanky, but given how much meter we need to beat this boss, I think this will help a little bit. We'll see though. We'll see. If the experience doesn't really change, then I don't mind just fixing it afterwards. We might have to quit to main menu though. Let me do a save and go to main menu. And if this doesn't do what I think it does, then we can just go back right to hero. But yeah. Just for my sanity, because this fight yesterday, goodness gracious, was not very entertaining, at least for me. Alright, we're good to go. Let's do it. This is not the right way, is it? We need to go down to the gong. Where is this? Oh, yeah, I keep forgetting. Alright, so we're on the way to fight King Darius again. There he is. We're going to skip the cutscene. We already saw it billions of times the other days. And give me a moment, you guys, to just get reaccustomed to this fight. Naturally. It's been a number of hours since we last attempted. Oh, come on. Really? I was trying to do like a weird parry thing. I don't know what I was doing, but it didn't work there. Oh, come on. Not a great start, but... Oh, come on. I don't know how I got away with that one. Really? Oh, come on. Really? Yikes. I was facing the wrong way. This is the warm-up attempt. We'll call it a warm-up attempt. Why can I not get the super to come out? Oh, it's on cooldown, of course. Oh my goodness. This attempt is so bad, but we gotta get something going. Ow. Oh no, very bad. Okay, we're good. Oh no. Oh no. Ah, I missed the. Yeah, it's fine. Start over. I was trying to stay long enough in the air to be able to do the vengeful strike, whatever they call it. It's basically the parry, the super parry. But yeah. Okay, you know what? I'm already seeing that we can bring it back to the original difficulty. We're good. That's the clarity that a day break can give. So let's run this back. Let me pause quickly, you guys. Give me a moment. Oh my goodness. There we go. Okay. We're good. Alright, boss time again. Running it back. I did not lose that parry. Come on. Come on. I don't know why it didn't come out. I'm not sure if you guys noticed. Whatever, it's fine. my goodness. Really? Oh my goodness. This boss still has the same issues on both difficulties, I'm noticing. Please don't cap the damage. Okay, good. Nice. Oh my goodness, really? Okay, no way. Alright, good. Oof. Oh. Ah, bad. Oh, I missed the parry. Darn. That parry is actually really hard. Man. Oh no. What? What even happened? Oh, I thought there was an alt check. Oh, I guess that was an alt check. Yeah. Nice, we got it. Okay. Okay, let's go. Oh. Oh, really? No. Oh my goodness. I'm throwing. I am so throwing. Oh no. Oh, I died. Man. I think I was still during the animation of the hook. Okay. That sucks. Yeah, too many mistakes in phase 2. But it feels like I really have to like try hard this fight. Dang. Oh, really? Oh, I dove too early. Okay, I'm just gonna start this over. Hey, what's up, Gemsula? Wait, man, I can't see I think the font's too small. Let me increase it. On the question damage thing, there was some scream wave. Is this phase 3 you're talking about? One second, guys. Okay. Oh my goodness. Really? Oh, it didn't work? Oh, I see. Yeah, the parry only starts, like, specifically when he's next to you. Which is messed up, because you see it didn't work. That is so crazy. What is the point of that? What is the point of them telling you that it could deflect red attacks when it actually doesn't? Because I just wasted like my whole health bar and all my meter for that. Also, Gemsilla, let me know if you can clarify what you meant. I'm sorry, I couldn't quite understand. Oh my goodness. Okay, we got the parry still. Really fortunate. Oh, what the? What? Oh, I think he did that attack last time too. Oh, come on, come on. No! You're kidding me. Why couldn't I teleport? It clearly says I have it deployed. So why couldn't I teleport? Wow, I missed the parry. That's so bad. Oh my goodness. Oh, what? See, I did have it deployed. Oh my goodness. Toxic. Oh, what? Okay, barely. Wow, clutch. If this ends up being the kill, that's insane. Mega clutch. Oh my goodness, the clutch. Let's go. Wow.
King Darius, I know what happened to you and to Varum. What Tamiris did, it was unspeakable.
Save this world. Save my son.
How do I save him? May the gods have mercy on your soul, King Darius.
Okay. So we gotta enter the palace now. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I guess. I guess the daybreak was necessary. Okay, collectible. So where do we head to then? Oh yeah, the thing was phase 3. I suddenly went flying and just noticed a scream. Oh yeah. I think yeah. I think I saw it. I think I know what you're talking about. I saw it yesterday too. But I think yesterday, the first time it happened, I interrupted it or something with the super. And it happened today like twice, I think. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I'm not sure like what causes that pattern to happen because it didn't seem very consistent at all. So we're going here. Okay then. Oh nice, right. This is hopefully this is where we can just take a shorter path. I mean the war point still gets us there, right? I would think. But is it? It might just be faster to just go straight to the left. Nope. Nate?
Sargon, the corruption of this place is consuming you.
Not this place, Nate. It's the powers. They're not meant for mere mortals.
Gifts that are also a curse. Leave them then.
I have no choice. How else can I face Varum? It's the only way to end this. I just realized. For all the different paths of Sargon, this must be the single path we all share.
Okay, well. Nate hasn't really done that much. She just kind of shows up and says stuff. Okay. So yeah, this is the intended shortcut there. Oh, well, we gotta traverse this again. Oh no. They deliberately put like no warp points here. I think honestly, I would probably rather just I'll probably traverse this path than go through this nonsense, because this is like platforming. Anyway, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe it'll be easier with the new grapple ability.
You talk
Okay.
about the path.
Cutscene.
What is mine?
One's path is like the sacred cypress of Abaku. A single stem, one life, has brought you to this sunrise. Along your path, the past has already been carved. It's unique. Now 1,000 branches are ahead of you. And on every branch 1,000 fruits. And in every fruit 1,000 seeds. One of these seeds will be your path.
Alright. Wise words. Okay, well. Just in case we give up on this, then we just take the warp point, right? Yeah, it's still a bit of a nuisance. Yeah, no, I'm not doing this. No, thank you. Ah, wait, you know, that might be easier with... Oh, I haven't tapped a tree yet, though. Yeah, this might be a bad idea. Where am I even sent back from here if I... let me see. 5 minutes ago. So it saved the boss progress, but it didn't save anything after that, because I don't have my potions, right? So this might be risky. It's fine. Oh, I see. Because yeah, okay. We have... Oh no, but there are enemies here. I just can't take damage from them. Oh my goodness. At least it's not like Castlevania games where you get knocked back in an inactionable state when you get damaged in the air. 'Cause that's a lot of fun, isn't it? Oh dear. I skipped these guys last time, didn't I? Oh my goodness. That's a really finicky gate. Alright, so we're probably fighting, well, no, we gotta go to here, basically, right? There's no other way. I wouldn't believe anything else. We gotta go there. We probably gotta fight Varum there again. And maybe that's the end of the game. We'll see. Oh, hey, look at all my buddies. The crew. Let me just make sure. Yeah. No doubt about it. This is the location.
I do admire you, Sargon. You don't need Artaban or Nade's help to get here.
So the summit of Mount Karth is where it will all play out.
Considering what Varum is after, he should be in the Hall of Divination by now.
I must stop him before he absorbs the heart of the Simorg.
And that power in the wrong hands could destroy Persia.
The Simorg's feathers. I have some of them. I know they don't belong to someone like me.
Bloodline is not everything.
It's your actions that matter.
And look how Varum changed. You must defeat him, Sargon.
I'll try to save him first. It may be the last time we meet.
Sargon, bravery is what makes you immortal.
The fate of Persia depends on you.
Here we go. Watch there be like crazy puzzle to get this started. All right, here we are, royal quarters. As anticipated. Oh, they give you a tree right away. How kind. I'm a little scared, actually, if that's the case. What are the implications with that in mind? Oh, dear. All right, nope. This is not a barren place. There are enemies here. Should have expected as much. I am skipping all of them, though. Every last one. Oh, I have to beat them, though. Oh, darn. I have to beat them. Okay. Oh no, bad, 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 bad. Oh no, wait. Backflip. Backflip's insane. Okay, I have the super back. I was just stalling for that. Oh, that killed both of them, wow. I'm surprised. Alright, where to now? Alright, you know, every last bird? Absolutely not. Goodbye. More gauntlets. Oh yeah, more gauntlets, alright. Oh! I gotta kill these arrow guys first. They become like a really bad nuisance otherwise. Oh my goodness. Thankfully it saves automatically after you beat a gauntlet. Otherwise I would have gone back to the tree right away. That's the only reason I didn't go back to the tree. Oh dear. Ah. Well. Oops. We're good though, we're good. We don't have to beat the other gauntlet again. Oh, come on. Alright, we can skip these guys. Oh, come on. Okay, really? Wow. Some of the movement cycles on these people. Okay, really? Okay, alright, alright. No, no, stop. Really? Wow. They have so little health, like, it's a shame, really. Can I hit him? Okay, I did kill him. Trying to bait his parry. Oh, never mind. No need. Okay, that's all. Nice. There's probably one more gauntlet. Alright, surely. Skip the birds, if there are any. Skip them all. The long staircase. Oh no, no more gauntlets. Yay, maybe. Yay. Hey, we're done. Looks like. All right, let's see if the shop upgraded then.
Welcome.
Do you remember me?
I do.
I don't know what promised.
Whatever has caused this recent change has caused my amulets to speak to me.
What do they say?
Nothing I can make out yet. It is significant, though. They haven't spoken in over 30 years. Time crystals behave strangely. I haven't seen this before.
It must be the shift in time.
It must be. At the beginning, it's what caused so many poor souls to be hopelessly lost in their own minds.
This was meant to fix things.
Dear, it only means different things get broken.
Could that mean this path is new?
My dear warrior, I honestly don't know.
Well, trying to get through some of the dialogue sequences that I haven't done, but no fortune there. All right, well, we'll just have to fight Varum. I mean, who could it possibly be that we're fighting other than Varum, right? Varum 2, or this is really Varum 3, if you want to get all technical. Varum 1 being the scripted one. This time it's true Varum, or, you know, dark Varum. Alright, here we go. Here we go, guys. Ooh. Get hype, get hype. Oh, that's not Varum. Who's that? Wait a second.
Varum.
My father gave you the key to the palace, didn't he? Then you can enter the Hall of Divination.
Oh, it is Varum.
Ready to face me, the older me, who's lost control.
You've seen your older self.
I just know he's there, and I don't want to be like him. Sargon, you're still my friend, are you? There has to be a way to save him.
Wait, when did we learn that he was Varum? I didn't. Maybe I just forgot or wasn't paying attention, but I didn't think the name was dropped until this point.
I'll find a way. I didn't give up on you, and I won't give up on him.
Warning: there will be no turning back. Yeah, sure, I'm ready. Warning.
I've lost too much to trust the Simorg again. I can't believe in such a cruel god anymore.
The heart of the Simorg.
With our powers combined as one, imagine all the good we could do for humankind.
Varum, no human is meant to wield such power.
I am no mere mortal. I am the first immortal. Sargon, you must understand. The Simorg's powers showed me the future. I saw our kingdom engulfed in flames. Our people suffering for nothing. Persia vanishing. Corrupted from within. We can stop it, Sargon. We can build a world free of deceit, lies, human weaknesses. Help me save Persia. Give me your powers.
Oh. Sus.
No.
I am time and space. I am creation. And I will create a new, perfect empire. No! You should have joined me instead, Sargon.
Or was it a prank all the whole time? Do we have to fight some like what? How do we call this? Vamorg? Do we have to fight Vamorg? Varum plus oh dear, what happened? Okay, okay. What's going on? I thought we were supposed to fight someone. Uh-oh. We've seen that before.
Varum destroyed everything. Mount Carve, Persepolis. There is nothing left. No immortals. No one. Only the void remains. Mighty Simorg, you were the one gifting me life time and time again. Why did you choose me rather than the others? I'm not sure I understand. They are always with me. I can't defeat them.
Okay, how are we supposed to understand this without subtitles? I thought I put subtitles on in the accessibility settings, but this cutscene seems incomprehensible without them now.
What if it's too late? I don't exist anymore. I couldn't stop Varum. Varum is not my enemy. I can still save him.
Oh. The cutscene was so long the Switch was about to go to sleep. Uh-oh. Crossroad of Times. Map unavailable. Ah, it's the classic, man becomes deity, destroys the world, wants to do his own stuff. Yeah, sounds about right. Alright, no map, so it's presumably linear. Oh, nothing there. Alright. Well, we'll find out soon enough. So it's just some award-winning platforming here. Oh dear. We gotta fight that guy? Shin Varum.
Be the first to witness the birth of a new world, Sargon.
It's Red Varum. Varum time and space.
Varum, you are mistaken. The world you have in mind cannot exist.
Winged Varum.
I am the one and only, the creator. A new world is not up for debate. It manifests itself for all.
Oh dear, what kind of nonsense are we gonna have to deal with for this one? Alright, here we go. Teleport, okay. Okay, not so bad so far. Could be worse. Oh, don't tell me we have to fight them in the air. Oh, that's nah. I'm not about to enjoy this one. What? So it takes time to charge up? Oh. Okay. What is this? Okay, I see. Oh no. Oh right, my air dodge doesn't have right. Oh dear. Okay, I can't dodge through that. Wait, what? I took damage. What was that? Okay. Wow. Alright, there's gonna be a lot of a lot of trial and error. No clue what's going on so far, except for this move. This is like the only move I understand so far. Okay, well, that one does damage, obviously. But it looks like you have more time to, like, dodge it than I expected. Aw, darn. Oh, this thing has a cooldown. Wait, bruh. Okay, okay, I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. This is about to be one of those extreme knowledge checks, I think. Alright, we can scoop that up. Thank you. Oh, bad, bad.
This is my sacred duty.
Wait, I'm actually doing a ton of damage to him. Does he have... This guy... Oh, no way. This guy is straight up lower health than King Darius. Isn't that lovely? Like, actually beautiful. Amazing video game. That's how you know. I wasn't going crazy. King Darius is a boss, alright. Oops. I really don't want him to do... Oh, dear. I really don't want him to do the screen blast attack. Oh, wait a minute. I've been baited, haven't I? Yeah, there's definitely a phase 2. There's no other way. Please tell me there's a phase 2.
You cannot defeat a god, Sargon.
I can't join you either.
Yeah, this is phase 2, right? Oh dear. Okay. We're fighting Valo now. Ah, lovely. Oh, not that bad. Not that bad. No! Ah, the meter. The meter wasted. Oh dear. Oh, whoa, that's just damage, straight up. That's just straight up damage. Ah, crap, dude, this is bad. Oh, I'm so dead. I'm gigantically dead. Yeah, yeah. Alright, I imagine we have to do both phases in a row. There's no other way, right? Oh wait, actually, maybe not. This looks like phase 2. To me, at least. I can't tell anymore, to be honest. Wait, no, this is not phase 2. This is phase 1. Yeah. Well, I think phase 1 wasn't that bad, but you know. Oh, we gotta destroy that. I see. Yeah, that makes sense. That's a knowledge check. Oh my goodness. Make a knowledge check. So you gotta destroy the little shell. Otherwise you take guaranteed damage. Lovely. Oh, come on. Oops. Ah, bad news. Bad news. Oops. Love the auto aim in this game. Ah. Keep taking damage from the other part. Okay. Phase 1 down. Wait, what happens if we don't destroy this? I wonder what happens if we don't destroy that. Do we just, like, get insta-killed? Oh, this guy still takes a ton of damage. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oof. Oh my goodness. He does it 3 times in a row. And then he does a 3rd attack. Oh. Mom, please pick me up.
This is my sacred victim.
Okay, I don't know how to beat this. Oh, come on. Okay, there we go. No. Okay, safe. Oh, I forgot. Okay. This is not that bad though. I just because he doesn't have as much health as King Darius. Doable. But phase 1 has to be clean.
I am equal to God. This is my sacred duty.
Wait, I'm surprised how much damage I'm doing, honestly.
Efforts are
I don't agree. Highly disagree. So you have to kind of do a weave in and out to dodge it completely.
of creation. A perfect empire awaits.
Let's go. Iframes for the win.
Power and purpose.
Ah, angles.
Witness my true strength.
Oh, why did I spend that?
I am equal to God.
That was so silly to spend. Okay, what if I don't destroy this? What if I just wait? Do I have to do it over again? Or is this literally just a cutscene? Okay, this is just... this just seems to be a scripted, you gotta do it or else. No moving past it, I guess. But it's free meter. Yeah, you have to destroy it, I guess. I forgot.
Perfect empire
I won't forget this one though.
efforts are
Oh no. Oh, is this okay, this corner's not safe. I was gonna say. That'd be so funny. Oh, I see. So that side is safe. Gotcha. Ooh. Oh my goodness, I forgot.
This is my sacred duty.
Barely out of there. Oh no, that's a little too soon for that attack. Oh no, ah! Oh no! Oh, come on. Gross. Sickening. Down? Down? GG? Oh my goodness, times 3. It's 3 phases. It's 3 phases. It's basically 3 bosses. That's total bait then.
Are resisting the inevitable.
Who knows, it could be more
This
phases.
is my path. This is the only way.
Oh man, it's 2 Varums. No way. Oh my goodness. 2 Varums. Okay. Fun, fun. You guys, Ubisoft, funny. Good jokes. So creative. Wait a minute, is this phase... What phase is this? I guess we'll find out right now. Ah, it's phase 1. Yeah, whatever.
The name of creation.
Ah, this is not good. I want to start this over, to be honest, because like I'm gonna need so much health for phase 3, or potions for phase 3. There's not even a fast way to start this over. Okay, this is it, right? I also got to start looking for parryables. This is not parryable.
This is my sacred duty.
I wonder if that one is parryable. Okay, that one's parryable.
Witness my true strength.
Oh, no way.
Power and purpose.
Ah, yeah, true.
Efforts are returned.
Okay, it didn't look parryable.
Perfect empire awaits. Efforts are returned.
No, we're gonna be here for a while, guys, while we figure out how to do phase 3. 2 Varns.
Perfect empire awaits.
Can I interrupt him? Nope. Bodied. Oh no. Oh, that's parryable. That's parryable. Okay, I've never... Nope. I'm not allowing you to do that again. Ever again. There's hope. That is parryable. Oh, what? That has a hitbox? Of course. Should have known better. Oh, I forgot. I parried that. Excuse you. Okay, winnable, winnable. Winnable, winnable. Oh my goodness, 2 Varums. Like, bruh. Wait, how come the other Varm is stuck? Huh? Glitch? Where's the other Varm? Oh no. What? Cheater? Okay, okay, we're good. We're good. I was gonna call hacks. Oh no. Did we die? Oh. That parried forever. What? You guys saw? That's not how it's supposed to work. It's not supposed to allow me to parry for that long. And oh my goodness, that... Oh. Never mind, I still died. I still died. Wow. That's hilarious. Okay, well no. This is highly winnable. Highly winnable. Highly, highly winnable. Oh, parry timing. Oops. Mistakes were made. Mistakes were made yet again.
This is my sacred duty.
This might be bad for me, actually. Yeah, I made it harder for myself than it needed to be. Oh, come on, I did not miss that. I parried that. And now I don't have the super for this, which would be way better. Oops. Oh, come on. Not how I wanted Phase 1 to go. But it's fine. Phase 2 is kind of the same anyway. Ah, come on. Get me there, get me there. Okay, that one looks parryable. Both of them look parryable. We'll try it next time. Oh, what? My super didn't come out. Wow. What? Cheater? Cheater? Oh, this is really like think fast. Wow. Nice. Some air stalling tactics. Oh, that is parryable. Oh no. Bad news. What? My super. Excuse me. Hello? Hello? Okay, it doesn't matter. Yeah, this is highly, highly doable. Highly, highly winnable. Alright, so it seems like there's only 2 arms for this attack. Look at how much damage I did from pressing 1 button. Let's go. Ho ho. How much damage will this do? Oh my goodness. Yo, let's go, guys. I'm so good at this game. So skilled. So skilled. Pressing 2 buttons did that much damage. I'm so good at the game. Okay, it's fine. No, this is free. This is easy peasy. But phase 1 just can't go badly. I gotta find a better dodge for that. I feel like I'm missing so much damage there. Oops. Got a little too greedy there. Come on. Oh, I parried that. No way. Yeah, I definitely want to find a better method of hitting him during that. Oh, I forgot. I just parried that.
Perfect empire awaits.
Oops. 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 A lot of damage for no reason. Did the parry work? That looks kind of sus, but it seems like it works. The damage is crazy. No, they got a potion here. Safety. No. Ah. Okay, that's unfortunate. This phase 2 went very poorly, but here's redemption. Hopefully. Oh, that lag. That was funny. I almost didn't see where I was. Is that the real Varum? Yep.
This is my sacred duty. I am equal to God.
Ah, darn. Okay, here we go. Dodge in time. Bonk. Oh no! My meter! My meter! Okay, it's fine. We'll get it back. We'll get it back. Mega coping right now. Okay, so far, Phase 3 literally seems just like Phase 2, except for the fireballs, which I'm okay with, honestly. Oh, I parried that. I parried that. Oh. Lucky. Was that a glitch? Nice. Come on. No! Oh no! Oh! Oh my goodness! I almost threw that. What if I died there? Imagine. Oh no, there's a Phase 4. You're kidding me, right? There's a Phase 4? For real? Silly me for thinking there was only 3 phases.
Will give me what's mine.
Okay, we haven't seen this cutscene yet, so that's why I'm looking at it.
It's over.
No. I'm here to save you from yourself.
Phase 4. Let's go. Oh wait, it gave me full health though. Oh, what the? My dash is improved too? Wait, they just gave me like a broken mode. Like a go insane mode. Yeah, like I have Hadokens on my attacks now. Is this my reward for making this far? Alright, what's going on here? Oh no, I forgot. I forgot. How could I forget? At a moment so crucial like this. How much damage is this gonna do? Oh my goodness. Carried. So carried. Oh. Wait, what? Glitch? Glitch? Oh my goodness, I'm throwing. Unless I can't die. Wait, what if I just can't die? That would be hilarious. What if by this point you... Oh, okay, well. Okay. I won't mess around then. When I get to that point, I won't mess around. I won't mess around. Trust. But this boss isn't like that hard, thankfully. It's just funny that it's 4 phases so far. Maybe 5, who knows? But on the 4th phase you become OP. Oh, come on. Come on. I gotta literally be behind him to be completely safe. Stop doing this attack. Oh my goodness. Ah, wow. The greed was not rewarded. I did some research. And it turns out there's a blacksmith, uses a different currency, but could have upgraded stuff like attack power. Oh, wow. It must have been that I, like, didn't explore that area or something. That's unfortunate, man.
You cannot defeat a god, Sargon.
I can't join you either.
Oh yeah, I already saw this. I don't need to watch it anymore. No way. Stop it. Stop it. Oops. Oh no. Disaster. I could have parried that. Okay, we got another chance to anyway. Oh, wow. I missed the parry because I got hit. Oh, that sucks. Oh, I'm throwing.
Witness my true strength. This is my sacred juice.
Really? Really?
Power and purpose.
Oh, I got stuck inside the collision box, man. Wow. Okay. Fine, whatever you say. All right, phase 3. Yay, fun. All right, here we go. Here we go. The Simorg headbutt. Oh no. Okay, I almost threw. Wow. Hopefully this does damage properly. That did 1 billion damage, wow. Oh, what? I never seen that. What was that? Cheater? New attacks? Absolute cheater. What if he just gets attack charges and some of the attacks have 2 Varums? Oh no. I got hit by the... Yeah. Okay, okay. Phase, like, we gotta stop taking silly hits on the earlier phases for sure. Otherwise, it's just gonna be here. We're gonna be here forever. But definitely highly doable. Highly doable.
The name of creation.
Ah, come on. Okay, wow.
Perfect empire awaits.
Oops.
Efforts are retarded. Witness my true strength.
Too far, yeah. Okay, there's an optimization we can do. Some combos. No, I did not use 2 potions. Oh my goodness. Come on. Okay. Oops. How? Oh, it is so bad to get hit by one. Okay, okay. Oof. Run it back. You will not get me again. Alright, nice. Oh no, wrong direction, Sargon. Oh, what? Oh, that's why. I already had the charge. Oh, rude. Yeah, that was, yeah, yep. Here we go. Oh, what? Oh, really? I disagree.
This is my sacred duty. A world reborn.
There we go. Okay. Now I remember to use it. No problems here.
Witness my true strength. This is my sacred duty.
Ah, parried the wrong way. I was going for the EX parry, but parried the wrong way. We get another chance to parry. Would have been so nice. I just spent the meter earlier. But it's all good. I shouldn't anticipate too much what side he'll be on after that. Just react. Am I good here? Nope, absolutely not. Barely out of there. Yep. Rest in peace, his health bar. Oh, what? Oh my goodness, really? Really? What? Oh, I just took so much damage for no reason. Absolutely no reason. At least I get meter from this. A good amount of it too. Okay. Yeah, I feel like my strategy against the meteors is not very good. The fireballs, whatever you want to call it. Not the fireballs, the slow little like huge meteors, whatever. Yeah. I feel like the strategy against them is not very good at all. Oh, darn. I'll potion up here. It's okay. We can do this. I tried diving. So I see when he does 2 Varums, then he doesn't do the other part in phase 2 or higher. Darn. Okay, level 3 on board at least. Oh no. Okay, potion. Unfortunate. We have a chance to use it here though. There we go. Yeah, I'll just play it safe against these meteors from now on. Oh dear, wait a minute. Wait, that didn't do a lot of damage though. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. What am I doing? Yeah, that was a bad position to be in. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What was that? Wait, what? Did I get kicked out? Hello? I did not pick go back to the tree. Don't tell me you get like a finite number of attempts on it.
My father gave.
Come on. Yeah, I get it. There's no turning back. But I did not pick go back to the tree. Do I have to do the platforming again too? Wow, I do. That's so bad. Killed the hype for no reason. haven't tried parrying that still. I just realized. It's kind of scary to try to parry it, but I really shouldn't be afraid of trying to parry it. Oh my goodness, really? Did I hit? Okay, it did. That was close. Okay, I could not parry that. Yeah. Because I didn't see the red icon for it, but I guess it's just implied that you can't parry it. Nice, and get the meter back too. So generous of you, Varum. Oh no. Okay, barely. Barely was in the right like part of the screen to be able to still parry that. And get a lot of meter for it. Oh no. Ah, yeah. Terrible mistake. Oh my goodness. Wow.
This is my sacred.
Oh no, bad. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that was... I don't know. I don't really know what it could have done there. Yeah. It's unfortunate. I want to believe that you can parry that, but I haven't seen the parry icon, so... I wonder if I can like pull in the fireball. Oh my goodness. That was not what I wanted. Let me see. Okay, well, it wasn't worth it. Oh my goodness. The health bar didn't look on, but I guess they were just like close enough. Oh no! I wasn't facing the right way. Ah, the jank. The jank. The parry didn't work because I wasn't facing the right way. Oh, it's so bad. It's okay, it's not over. It does suck though.
This is my sacred duty.
Okay, how is this fair? How is this fair? What was I supposed to do about that? Just don't get hit? I wonder if secretly, like, you can go into the other realm or something during that attack. Do I want a potion here? I don't really want to. Oh, here we go. Oh, what? Oh. No. Oh, that's okay. Yeah, another boss where it's like, it's not that hard, but you know, you can't make any mistakes. Especially with the health pool I have. It's brutal. Cause like I feel like I have the boss down, but you know it's still like, nah, you gotta be perfect. And that's the thing, right? Like the impatience is leading to the greed, and the greed is leading to the mistakes. So it's kind of ironic here. Okay, how did I get hit? I still have no idea what to do against the fireball attack. Like, really.
This is my sacred duty.
Bad attack either. Maybe you can duck that one. What if you can just duck it and I've been trolling the whole time? That would be hilarious if so. I'm gonna try. No, definitely not. Okay. It was worth a shot. Definitely no ducking there. But it's like, if you want damage, you still gotta meet him, but then he does the pillar, the vertical pillar.
Perfect empire awaits.
Yeah, you guys are gonna have to be patient with me. Because this is gonna take some time. Doesn't matter how well the patterns have been gotten down. You have to be consistent. Oh, maybe all those other times where it didn't work were because I wasn't facing the right direction or some nonsense like that. I think that's exactly what was going on. What? Stop. Yeah, I mean, reacting to what side he's on, actually so hard for that attack. Because it doesn't seem consistent what side he's going to be on. Like this attack, it's like more reasonable to do. But for the other one, you have to react so fast. But if I don't parry, then I have lower chances of getting this fight down. Because the parries are like so much damage without much work, you know? Okay, nice. Phase 2 was really good. But again, that was because of the parries. I think that was the best phase 2 today so far, actually. Man, saying that makes me feel like I'm speedrunning this game, even though I'm not. I'm just doing the regular playthrough. Oh no. Okay, safe, 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 safe. Oh, what did I parry? No, 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 no. Oh, I almost missed that. You guys don't even know how hard that is. That actually is. Especially if you're not facing the right direction, the first immediately. That is so hard.
This is my sacred perfect empire.
Darn. I hate this attack. But I still have no idea what the right plan of action is for it. Okay, nice. We kind of got fortunate that the needle was threaded. Oh, I attacked the wrong one. The classic. Oh no! Disaster. Jank. Jank strikes again. Alright, we get a redemption chance here though. Oh no. Okay, there was much easier. Ironically, because I got hit initially. It actually made it easier. Oh no. Okay, we're good, we're good. Nice. Yeah, again, got fortunate that I was closer to the side where he did the beam from. Otherwise, like, what do you even do? Okay, you know what? If this attempt doesn't go well, I'm gonna try doing the realm thing. Okay, it worked. Nice. So far, so good. Oh wait, do we have the superpower Sargon now? We do, yeah. I gotta remember that. The dash and the jump are gonna be a little bit, like, fatter. So, it's gonna be a little harder to dodge stuff in some senses. Oh, he ended up on that side? What? Oh. What the? That's a thing? Yeah, I guess so. Huh. The patterns I don't understand for this phase, to be honest. Like, I don't understand the reasoning behind it. Whoa. Okay, super. One last time, hopefully. Oh! Clutch. Is this it? Is this GG? GG and GG's? Oh, okay, ZL plus A.
Learn to sail in my wings,
True warrior. needs no weapon.
It's your actions that matter.
Then I wish to be where we mortals are friends again.
That must be GG and GG's, right? Crossroads of time complete. And shall we say that is the game? Let's find out.
You were right, Sargon. The Smorg's powers were never ours.
It is the end.
How are they both in one piece after all of that?
May you bring the seeds of hope to all in Persia.
Okay. He was just joking. Psych. You thought you beat me? I just wanted to earn your trust. What is he doing? Oh no, wait, hold on. He's actually relinquishing the heart of Simorg. Wow. Well then, let's find out. Okay, there's more. Yeah, naturally.
Here is Prince Hassan. The Immortals have succeeded.
History will remember you. May our paths cross again.
Your Majesty.
Not anymore.
Sargon, you brought back the Simorg, a triumph worthy of a king.
I need no praise. My blades served the crown, but in Mount Karth, they were bloodied with the truth. Orod, Menelaus, Rajin, Anahita, Varum. All dead now.
A small price to pay to secure my bloodline.
30 years ago, King Darius was murdered. I'll let you confess that story.
Sargon?
There's something she's not telling us. King Darius!
Sargon!
We deserve the trophy for the people!
That's pretty mysterious, isn't it? Okay, credits are playing. GG's. What a game. All right. We're all done now. Thankfully, the map percent wasn't indicative of how far we had left for the proper ending, because that would have been a disaster otherwise. But yeah, that being said, since there's so much of the map left, I'm sure I'll try to explore it at some point. But I'll let the credits roll, and then we'll give a verbal review. Honestly, wasn't mentally prepared for conducting this today, but it makes sense, I guess. Late game was so dense with bosses, I must say. But yeah, I'm gonna be right back. Enjoy the credits, guys. Alright, I'm back. Thanks for waiting all. Okay. Yeah, wow, a lot of people worked on this game. No surprise. That was a video game. Man. Yeah, we'll wait. We'll wait until the credits finish. It's gonna take some time, but let's absorb all the ambience. Hey guys, sorry. I hope you're able to hear me clearly. I think we experienced buffering for a little bit. I'm not sure why. Must have been my internet. But OBS was showing it buffering for like 1 minute. So hopefully things are smooth now and you're able to hear me clearly. But yeah, we'll be waiting for the credits to finish. And then we'll give a verbal review. Man, I'm just so not mentally prepared for doing this today, but we might as well. We finished the game, after all. Things are fresh in my mind. But there's plenty of the map that I forewent, so we'll have to, maybe we'll explore in the meantime. But there's a lot to talk about, so we'll get to it. But yeah, hopefully the buffering's done and that everything's clear now. Again, apologies for that. Man, is this is this the number of people it takes to make a AAA video game? I've forgotten.
time in my hands. I learned to move in the rush. Heard the kingdom wasn't need a saving. Brought some warriors in for the clutch. I got Layla in case of my grass.
Hope we don't get copyright struck for this song.
Whether they ready or not, better get better with time. I can't see an enemy ending the plot. My struggle came with a purpose, now I'm about to turn it down to a birdie. You'll see I ain't begging off what I'm deserving. I put that on every battle that I fought. I had to play it right. Don't take a chance with me, take advice. Been through the dark times, so I came with a dark side that'll show you the light. See how I rose up, boy, the warrior grown up. Now we're giving them hope. Keep them all warriors, victorious, putting harm on any enemy that's getting close. So, got no time to hold my soul. I see the danger coming close. It feels like home. I face these pressures on my own. Who else was chose? Who else was born to get them home? Or to find it on the other side of the unknown. It's only right I show you who I'm meant to be. It's meant for me. Long as I got the hands of time, it ain't out my reach. Just look at all that I found, searching for the lost ground, but the journey ain't complete. It's only right I show you who I'm meant to be. Walking through the unknown. I mean, shit, turn one junkie down. Yeah, such a long journey from my home. I'm motive, I got give me sure. Yeah, cause I'm the hero that they need. Can't waste no time, it's up to me. And look at all that I found. I'm searching for the lost ground. I'm inside for the corner piece. It's only right I show you who I'm with. I see the danger coming. Show you who I'm meant to be.
I hope they have the jukebox mode, like where you can play the music, you know, similar to sound mode that's unlocked for clear files in Castlevania games. But if not, no worries, I'll just find the OST on YouTube. Apologies, guys. Probably going to be some keyboard tapping in the background because I need to write some notes on what we're going to talk about for the verbal review. Oh yeah, Fra, we got it done. Yeah, the map. I guess now we know the save file percentage is definitely map percentage. So which is fortunate for us because I think we finished with like maybe 60%, maybe 55. Can't remember. But that also means there's plenty more stuff I can do in the game, which I probably will. Don't know if I'll do it on stream. Like, I don't know if I'll do it continuously on stream like I did for the entirety of the main playthrough, but I'll definitely try to do it. Good thing is it's a Switch game, so I can do it, you know, rather easily. I would hope not to be confined to having to do it on a stream only. But yeah, we spent plenty of streams on this game. 8, I think, a total of. On average, 3 hours each, so pretty intense. I think actually the first couple of streams might have pushed the average up a bit more because they were longer, like 5-hour streams or so. But yeah, let me finish writing a few things. Yeah, there's gonna be plenty of side quests, absolutely. Plenty of them. I think there are even ones that I still didn't finish, that I had, so. There's gonna be plenty of that. The nice part is that I can finally, like it feels like I can finally watch a speedrun without, you know, thinking like, oh, spoilers, you know. Like, now I can finally look up what the speedrun looks like. Unfortunately, I don't know if I'll be getting into speedrunning this game, mostly because of the controller I did for this playthrough is not the controller I would use for the speedrun. For this game, I'd probably want to pick up like a hitbox or mixbox style controller, which I don't have at the moment, so that wouldn't be happening anytime soon. I could do it on DS4, but honestly, I still feel like doing the slide dashing well would be much easier on a keyboard style controller. So anyway, I'm like, you know, I'm not too worried. It's not something I'm super keen on. Like, oh, I you know, like I need to pick this up as the next speedrun project. I think the regular playthrough is pretty satisfying on its own. So, but yeah, we're gonna get into that. We're gonna get into the good stuff of this game, and the not so good. But you know, we'll get into them. Wow, I'm gonna need to look up a list of the bosses because I honestly can't remember most of the bosses before Kiana. So I need to go back and look, and there might have been a few that I forgot. So I'm gonna do that right now. I do remember Doppelganger, but that was... Oh, no, Doppelganger was a mandatory boss. There was one that was not mandatory, but there was another one that was mandatory. And that was before Kiana, I believe. So, yeah, I remember that one. Wow, now it feels so good. Now I can actually, like, search up stuff on the game. Unbelievable. Imagine. I mean, of course, that's my own fault for limiting myself to the blind playthrough, but hey, it's amusing to be able to do it. See what the game's got without any outside interference. And impressively as well, we didn't patch the game a single time, except for the very first time, which was before the playthrough even started, I believe. So, yeah, we didn't patch the game. We can keep it that way. I didn't see any patches that looked attractive anyway. For now, at least. Sad, because the minute I patch once, then it's going to be committal. Okay, I see every boss ranked, but I just want to see the list of bosses. Oh yeah, crab. Yeah, okay, now I remember some of these bosses. We got crab, we got prisoner, we got Ehrlich. Yeah, I remember these. Okay. Jahandar. I forgot. I think I remember this boss, but I forgot what this boss had. I remember the first boss, General Uvishka. Wow, I'm surprised. I remembered every boss pretty much, except for a very small select few. Blind playthroughs are the best playthroughs? Absolutely. You know what's up, Frau. Absolutely. That's like the pure and true gameplay experience of the respective game is the blind playthrough. Credits are still going. It's a lot of people. But we're chilling. Hope you guys are chilling as well. Enjoying the music. We could quick scroll, but I'd rather not. It gives me time to prepare for the verbal review too. Let me find if there's a boss tier list template, because that might be an easier way of talking about the bosses. Not joking about that. I know I don't normally do tier lists on this channel, but it'll just make it easier for me to get a discussion going for this. Well, unfortunately, all the templates I'm finding right now don't include all the bosses, at least the important bosses. So, oh no. Yeah. We might have to just rank whatever bosses are here, and then I'll talk about the other bosses that are not on the template. Which is okay. Alright, be right back, guys. We'll probably still be here for a while. It seems like. Yeah, this is some Lord of the Rings extended end credits. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of people definitely worked on this, that's for sure. Which is not surprising. I mean, it is a AAA game, but wow, you know. Even then. Ubisoft definitely put a lot into this. And it's a shame too, because I don't think the sales were reflective of that. But I think part of it too is that they weren't able to capture as many people that are outside of like the Metroidvania and Prince of Persia fan group. Like, I don't think they caught a lot of like mainstream gamers, you know, which is funny to say because this is a mainstream game, but at least in terms of the audience that would play AAA video games, right? And part of that, like, let's be real, a large part of that is because it was on Ubisoft Connect and not on Steam. Like, think about it in my position. This thing were on Steam, I would not have bought it. Well, I don't know. Now that I think about it, it was Ubisoft, so I don't know if that's true. Because Ubisoft would probably still make you make a Ubisoft Connect account to play it on Steam. So no, never mind. I still would have gotten it on Switch anyway. Switch physical copy offline was like the best way to play this game. Like, I don't know, 20 years down the line, the unpatched physical cartridge of Prince of Persia Lost Crown gonna go crazy on the market. As long as the person that will have this copy doesn't patch it when they play. Anyway, yeah, we'll be here a while. A while we'll be here indeed. Well, that means still plenty more for me to prepare for what to talk about. The stream has been, what, 2 hours, 44 minutes? Maybe longer, maybe shorter. Yeah, it should be fine. I mean, it's not too deep into the evening yet, so we'll have time to get the thoughts in, and then some. Man, I was trying to think of what next game I should play too, for these streams. Because, again, I had started Frontier Hunter, but I don't plan on playing that on stream. And maybe, I mean, at this point, like, I probably can. There's some other games that I still have yet to get through. We can also go back to Uni 2 ranked, but I'm not super in the mood for that. At least not lately. Oh, I do need to prepare for the D-Lit randomizer race Zenroku and I are going to do. I could probably do like a third playthrough of that on stream. I don't know. Maybe. There's plenty of options. I'm not going to confine myself, but this game did keep me busy for a good duration of days. Have they fixed the issues on PC? I don't know. I keep hearing that like it still needs patches and stuff. And you know, the speedrunners were complaining about the important glitches for any percent being gone, but in reality that wasn't the case. There was some misinformation there, but I don't know if they fixed everything on PC. I mean, I ran into a lot of issues on the Switch version, but the game was still completable. Oh, for Uni 2. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, for Uni 2 they fixed the majority of the issues. Yeah, they fixed online mode, I guess. Too little too late, in my opinion. A lot of people that would have potentially been, you know, Uni fans on Uni 2's release, they're long gone now. And I don't think it's, I think it's a bit disingenuous to say that, oh, those people weren't interested in Uni in the first place. Having a launch just butchered like that is going to drain the motivation out of a lot of people. Like, you have to really, really like Uni to make it through that kind of, like, you know, like the what's it called, the 7 stages of depression. It's like denial, then, you know, eventually acceptance. I think it was posted by Guri, the Korean Hilda player. Let me pull up. Let me see if I can find the tweet. Oh, I have it here already. It's not the depression cycle, but you know, you get what I mean. Denial, then anger, then depression, then bargaining, then acceptance. Yeah, those are the stages that all the Uni players are going through. But yeah, they fixed like the online stuff. I don't think they fixed most of the graphics issues things though. They did give the game a taskbar icon finally. Can you believe that? The game didn't have a taskbar icon on release. Yeah, I can't think of anything else that they really fixed. The online was the big thing. It's likely we're still gonna have a technically unfinished port for quite a while because the other graphics issues, not a lot of people are reporting them, so you know, they might be left unfixed for quite a while. Alright, how about this? If these credits don't finish in the next 12 minutes, then I'll skip them. We'll scroll through it. How long has it been? Let me try to find in the VOD how long it's been. Wow, like the last almost 30 minutes? No way. No way. 30 minutes? That's unbelievable. No way. We have not been here for 30 minutes just watching the credits. Oh no, no, even worse. Wait, okay, I need to. Right now I'm looking at the YouTube dashboard, but let me check in like, let me check in the VOD physically. That's insane. It has not been already 30 minutes of watching this. My own fault, but you know. Let me see. Oh my goodness, yeah, it's been 40 minutes. Oh no. Yeah. Okay, definitely, like, if it's not done in 12 minutes, then we're gonna skip the rest. I'm so sorry to those of you that worked on this game and are at the tail end of the credits, but yeah. Wow, 40 minutes goes by so fast. That's crazy to think of. Was it really 40 minutes ago that we were done with the game? Yikes. Okay, I see. Gem Soul, I see what you were saying. There's like a person you can talk to in that like fire room. It's the room next to the mage merchant in the Haven. I went in there once and then was like not interested in going, right? But I didn't realize that's what that room was for. So apparently that room allows you to upgrade your weapons, like for more damage. Crazy. Did the whole game without even trying to upgrade the weapon. It's rough. It's super rough. Also, I think... Oh, okay. Hold up. Did it being forged maybe make you think it would be a different area? Yeah, I thought it was just like a bonus area, like challenge area. So I just completely ignored it. I didn't even like try to go deeper into it. And I never bothered to go back either, so it was unfortunate. Yeah, I thought it was like a challenge room or something. But also something else I found was that also these credits are still not done, huh? It's been 12 minutes. Crazy. Crazy. Oh, I should have done just quick scroll the whole time. It looks like I thought quick scroll would be just like, you know, it zooms to the end, but it's okay. It's okay. Lessons learned. We still got to appreciate the music for quite a while. But yeah, I think I still ended up finding all the amulet holder locations, the locations that upgraded how many amulets you could equip. But that doesn't make me feel any better. Yeah, man, I should have done this the whole time. Yikes. But these credits still would have been pretty long, right? Like, even with this fast scroll, it seems. Did they just list, like, everyone at the company or something? Like, everyone at Ubisoft. Yeah, wow, I got bodied. This much was still left. We've been here for like another 10 minutes minimum, probably. Alright, big yikers. Mistakes were made. How many minutes worth of credits did I... Oh no. The time save. Okay, actually, let me see. How long are the game's credits? Oh wait, hold on, we're at the end. Hold up. Surely, right? Surely we're at the end. We're at the end, okay. Yikes. This was a Unity game, interesting. Boost software license. Okay. Open SSL. Oh, okay. Credits are done. Finally.
Hey, Sargon.
Don't worry. I'll take good care of Varum.
Where's he off to now? Okay, so yeah, as expected, indeed, we can continue playing from our save file. It would be a shame if you couldn't, wouldn't it? Okay, there's the clear file icon. Excellent. And that was 63%. So slightly more than I had estimated. 26-hour in-game time. Rough. Alright. Oh, hold on. Interesting. It didn't copy Crossroads at the time. It copied Upper City. Weird. Alright, well then, we've completed successfully Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown. This was Ubisoft's Metroidvania. Released, I think, at the end of January this year. Can't remember the date. Fun game. Well, yeah, let's get into my thoughts on it. We're going to use the clear file that we've just gotten. Well, there's a lot to talk about. I've written out a few things that we can use as a starting point. Alright, well, we're in game now. This might be a good way. I died up there. Nice. So we can see the vast map that this game has, and the lot of it that I did not explore, which was quite a bit of the map, to be fair. There might have been some spots where I missed getting the map unlock from the NPC, but that's all good. Maybe I'll 100% it later. Okay, well, let's start with I don't want to approach it from the good and the bad. We can just approach it from two angles: the gameplay and the artistic side, which are in some ways overlapping, but most of the things that I'm going to be talking about underneath these will make sense under this division, I think. So we're going to start from here, and then we'll talk about good and bad along the way. All right, so from the very get-go, can we even go back to the first area? not easily. There's no warp point there. Should we? It'd be so fitting to just start with that point about fast travel, but I don't know. We can get there when we get there. Okay, so actually no, I have warp points as the first bullet for gameplay, so we might as well talk about it right now. So we can see right here, there's the warp point, which is this, and this is the tree. It's called the walk tree, which is a save. I mean, I have no issue personally with how like the save tree itself works, where it allows you to like re-equip your amulets and supers. Author Surge is basically a super, right? I have no issue with that. That's like fine enough. It's reasonable. However, because you can only do that at the trees, and also because the fast travel is associated with a separate entity than the tree itself, it makes for a bit clunky and awkward design. It doesn't feel like these two mesh too well. They're kind of conflicting. Not to mention how sparsely distributed the warp points are throughout the game. I haven't unlocked all the warp points, I don't think, but the majority of them are placed in spots where, yeah, the game wants you to come back to it, but it feels so constrained because, again, the game's map is huge, and this sort of fast travel implementation, I think, in my opinion, falls off when you have a larger map. Of course, the larger the map, you have to have more of these, right? But then the more of these you have, it can sort of invalidate the traversal necessary for, like, you know, establishing that the player worked to unlock those parts of the map, and then they're rewarded with the ability to travel faster because they've already done the exploration necessary for it, right? But in this game, it did feel like I was retraversing a lot of spots despite the warp points' existence. Not to mention, most of these warp points aren't, in my opinion, that well placed. These two are like among the best placed, other than the Haven warp point, which is obvious why it's a great warp point. But in my opinion, the game could have benefited from having something like a magical ticket or a library card. What I'm referring to is what exists in Order of Ecclesia and Symphony of the Night, where you have a consumable means, or, you know, whatever means. It could be an ability with a cooldown, it could be a consumable, it doesn't matter, of going back to the main hub area. And that would help a lot for unlocking the rest of the fast travel, because then you can just warp out of there. Meaning, from any spot in the game, you can immediately warp to any warp point that exists, because you can go to the Haven, right? But because that doesn't exist, you have to hope that where you're exploring will eventually be rewarded with a warp point. And several times you're just going to encounter a save tree, a walk tree, with no warp point nearby. This area is not a great example of that, but there's several instances of that, and we can see... well, we shouldn't count the Raging Sea because it's basically strictly linear. There's no non-linearity. But in the Catacombs and in... Well, the Catacombs has a bit more densely packed warp points, but it's not consistent. We can see some other spots where the warp points are so close together that it just doesn't make sense. Like this part here. Of course, the traversal expected to do would make it such that these warp points are like, okay, fair enough. But at the same time, you're never coming back here necessarily. And, I mean, you can come back there, obviously, right? But in terms of the usefulness of these warp points and how close they are, it doesn't make too much sense. And I don't know if this fast travel implementation was that... I don't know if they got the full value out of it. And then we can see this part of Somatree / Harcanian Forest has almost no warp points towards the southwest, which is pretty awful. Naturally, you can travel here from this direction or from Sunken Harbor right here, but the fact that you still have to travel quite a bit of distance, and this way is only unlocked with another ability that you need to pick up later, just makes it a little bit unfortunate. I do think that's one of the primary things that held this game back exploration-wise. It didn't feel rewarding to explore because it felt like I had to still put in like a lot of effort to venture deep within like a branching path from whatever is in logic with the abilities I have presently. But yeah, it's a commendable attempt, I guess. But I don't think it worked well for this big map like Prince of Persia has. Now, one redeeming thing that could have been implemented to help fix this, this is an idea that one of my chatters agreed with as well, was to have the save trees themselves just be the warp points and just get rid of the warp points altogether. Like, the save trees can function as the warp points as well. And to me, that makes sense. That way you can also re-strategize how to place the save trees themselves, given that you can also go to any other save tree, which to me, like, that would work well for the game, because there are plenty of save trees. It feels like you'd have access to all sorts of places on the map. And the reason why Symphony of the Night can get away with not needing to do this, one, it has a library card, and two, in Symphony of the Night, the map is not big, and the warp points locations are so well placed that you'll be able to get to like multiple connecting areas in a short period of time, like maybe a few minutes, like 2 minutes at most. And the traversal is not going to be like a pain where it's like, oh, I'm, re-enduring the challenge yet again for an area I've already seen, right? But not the case for Symphony of the Night, since I think the warp points are placed well enough that they're not too far apart from the places that you want to access from them. Whereas in this game, you can see this area right here, 0 warp point. There was a whopping 1 warp point that I found on the main path. Obviously, there might have been more stuff here that I didn't fully explore. But the warp point that would be here wouldn't be as useful as the one that we found up here, since this was a milestone location where we fought a major boss, right? But it feels like that being the only warp point was just so punishing, especially since some of the save trees were located after pretty difficult sections. You might be sent pretty far back without any means of quickly getting to like a place to restock on like any shop items or whatever. I don't know, because I'm not sure the full extent of how money can be spent. We'll get to that, because I wasn't able to make full use of it in my own playthrough. But that's one thing that stood out, is the fast travel not meshing well with the overall map design. And I think it could have easily been improved with either a consumable means of fast travel, or an ability with a cooldown, or just making the save trees themselves the fast travel, which a few Metroidvanias have done to good success. So there's that. Okay, let's see. Overall map design. So that's my next bullet here. I think the overall map design is fine. Like, it's nothing insane. I will say that early game areas, I don't know if they were as impressive as late game areas. The depths was a little bit frustrating, not just in the area, the quality of the areas with the enemies themselves, but I think also just the layout overall. It made you kind of, go through a lot of, like, it felt like a winding road, a winding path. The depths didn't feel very straightforward what direction I was going and whether I was going the right way in the first place. Obviously, a lot of these areas contained within themselves are pretty linear for the main path. There's a lot of, in fact, for that matter, in terms of the map design, this game makes quite liberal use of one-way walls, and perhaps to a fault. I do think that one-way walls have to be used carefully. You obviously don't want the player to get soft-locked, right? That's one thing for sure. But the other thing is that you don't want the player to not be rewarded for having traversed the hard part of the area, and then later on they get a shortcut, for example, right? But when you use like one-way walls for basically everything to prevent the player from really exploring like multiple potential paths, it always felt like there was strictly one, maybe at most 2 paths per area that I could take in order to get to the destined part of the storyline progression, because of one-way walls. Not even because of like progression abilities and what was in logic with those, but literally the one-way walls was the main reason for that. I do think those were used quite a bit too much. It wasn't something that I would say held the game back a ton, but it definitely became tiresome after a while, especially with some of the shortcuts late game that weren't actually shortcuts, but were just I don't know, like you can't go back. Like, there were some parts where I unlocked a shortcut. Yeah, I realized that around this area you have to get 3 gongs to unlock a door. That makes sense, right? But there were some areas, I think there's an area here or something, like one of these spots where like I unlocked a path that led to like a one-way door being opened, right? A so-called shortcut. I thought it was a shortcut at first, but it ended up just being a part where I couldn't backtrack from. Like I couldn't go back the way from where I came. And you would think it's a soft lock. I mean, I was able to get out, thankfully, right? But it wasn't unlocking that door in a way that would make it like worth traversing that path again in the opposite direction, because I couldn't even get out in that direction. So to me, that was a little bit unusual, to say the least. That was mostly in Tower of Silence, though. Maybe a little bit Symmetry, like mostly late game areas, I would say. It wasn't the case early game, that particular thing. But the one-way walls, especially, I shouldn't say one-way walls, but like the like kind of weird progression path for some areas that were designed, like the depths, I think was a bit peculiar. Raging Sea, on the other hand, I think is like the exact opposite. It's a little too linear. Like you can just see it's a straight line with 2 war points, and frankly, this is like another example of why this fast travel implementation I think kind of fell flat. Because I mean, obviously this war point is like great, right? But I think this area could have gotten away with just having 1 war point, to be honest. I mean, obviously the one at the boss, just before the boss, makes sense, right? You want to get out, get some restocked on your goods or whatever, right? Which you can't really do in this game, it seems, but regardless, gives you an opportunity to do that. But this war point just seems to be like a checkpoint, like a halfway point into Raging Sea, and it's not even really halfway. So again, I think maybe if the fast travel were on the save trees, it would have made more sense. Regardless, though, I do think Raging Sea was the weaker area, not in terms of the enemies, but just in terms of the overall layout of it. It was basically just linear. Not really much that you could venture in different directions from. Obviously, there were spots that I didn't cover, but that was mostly because they were high altitude. And also, by the time you destroy like the little time freeze thing, the thing that's causing the time to freeze, by the time you destroy that, it becomes a little harder to traverse the areas that I didn't cover because of the enemies and the platform starting to work and stuff. And hazards as well. But yeah, I think Raging Sea was the least interesting area. Clearly you had to go there because of, you know, progression, but wasn't very interesting. On the other hand, I think my favorite area, Pit of Eternal Sands, I thoroughly enjoyed. I will say traversing that was quite interesting. A lot of cool platforming sections and challenges, namely a great boss as well. And overall, the layout of the area made sense to me. I think that was clear. I also really like this central area with the elevator. I think this was the strongest component of the map design. It allowed for connecting multiple areas without strictly needing like a war point kind of fast travel, but also you still get to the areas you want in a fast manner. And this is like a great section of the map because it's adjacent to so many important parts of the game. So that was great. Specifically the Haven connecting to Upper City. I think that's where it's like that's where that shined the most. I do think Sacred Archives was also cool aesthetically, but not as much the map design, just more so aesthetically. I think it was a cool theming of the place, but I don't know if I enjoyed traversing that place that much. I'm gonna be honest. But the puzzles were cool. Yeah, Upper City was a little, I don't know. Like Upper City was kind of all over the place because it's partially early mid game and partially late game. So there's like a lot going on with it, obviously. I do feel like it, I don't know. Like it was kind of hard to appreciate the terrain of Upper City, given that you go through this area a number of times throughout numerous parts of the game. So, but I don't think the map design for it was necessarily poor. It was just that it was kind of disorienting, seeing some of the early and late game parts not being too distinguished. Where it's done typically in other games. Like if you're in the same area, but it's like the early game versus late game area, right? Then it'll distinguish itself a little bit to make sure that you can set those apart in your mind. Makes them more memorable too. For that matter, I did like early Symmetry. I did like early game Symmetry, traveling up to Kiana, the boss fight. That was cool. And Mount Koth itself, Tower of Silence, I think like I'm a huge fan of snow areas, so that was cool. But I did not really like the hazards. I think that was a little over the top. but it was fun. Sunken Harbor was also a little meh, but it was the entrance to Pit of Eternal Sands, one of my favorite areas, so I'll give it credit for that. Catacombs and Depths are definitely low tier as well, in my opinion, but not the worst. Raging Sea is still probably the worst. Yeah. So map design overall, not too bad. Could have been better, but for what it's worth, I think it did. It had a lot that it needed to do, given how ambitious they were with the size of the game and the map overall. And I think it did an alright job of conveying the non-linearity, allowing for some degree of exploration, but still making it relatively guided. Again, it's kind of brought down by the fast travel implementation, but for what it's worth, I think it's definitely alright. Maybe I'll feel differently when I try to go for 100%, but that's how I feel for now. Yeah, I did talk a little bit about exploration already. That's my next bullet. The exploration, I think, was okay. Again, it just felt a bit... I think it just fell short slightly because of the one-way walls. It felt like every time I tried to venture a peculiar-looking path, I couldn't explore too deep into it because the one-way wall was encountered along the way. Such that, you know, I would have to backtrack to go back to where the crossroads were and then re-venture the other parts that could potentially be open. And usually it was no more than 2. I could not find situations where there were really more than 2 paths that were possible to go. I know I've been sitting on the map open for a long time now, but trust me, like, it's much easier to describe what I'm talking about seeing how the map is overall. We'll get back to the main game after we're done talking about the map related components. Other parts of the exploration, so the ones related to maps, again, the one-way wall is a little rough. But I do think overall, exploring different areas was cool because the areas were distinct themes, at least. And it didn't feel like you were suddenly being thrown into, like, oh, this is a weird, like, connection. Like, this doesn't make any sense how this is connected to this at this point. I think there was not much of that. Like, it made enough sense where, hey, the tree... the point where you go from the tree to the haven is like a coherent enough transition, you know, because it can happen where you might just suddenly fall. Like when you go from here to Pit of Eternal Sand, it's like, oh, suddenly you just do free fall into like a sandy area. But that one was fair because, you know, you're dropping down right into the lower part of the map. The Raging Sea part was also transitioned decently into, although this part was a little confusing at first, I will say, because of the water. I'm not saying the water was bad, but given that like it was frozen in time, it was kind of hard to see the transition at first, but it made sense once the time flow was reinstated. Symmetry was fine. Made sense as you were climbing up Tower of Silence as well. You know, Upper City, I do think it was kind of interesting how you could see like the cities and then the mountains. I think that's more so just because of the backgrounds, though. Like you can see how the mountains look at this perspective, right? Like it looks, you know, okay. It doesn't look insane. But then in Upper City, once you're like, okay, we can kind of see it here. But basically, the lower part of the city, I think, looks way too distinct from the mountains, at least that are further towards the background, towards my right. And I think in Upper City, that's most noticeable, especially Upper City Night. It was a little jarring to me, but it's not a huge deal. I think the connections overall still made sense. They were trying to convey altitude as you were ascending through Mount Koff, right? And it is a mountain. The entirety of the area is called Mount Koff after all, right? So I think they're trying to convey that somehow. Sacred Archives. If I had to be real, Sacred Archives made the least sense in terms of depth of the map, but I don't know how they would improve that really, because you know it's just like a books area, you know, so it's kind of hard to convey all of that in that sort of area. Sorry. So other parts of the exploration, I think the parts where you had to do like some tricky platforming challenges or puzzles, those were hit or miss, mostly because of the rewards you got for them. There was a part in Sacred Archives where I had to do this like crazy, not had to, but like I was unsure whether I needed to do a weird like 3-lane 3, like, you know, it's like the where Sargon's split into like 3 time pieces, I guess, and you got to perform each set of actions one after the other, and then, you know, it's like a script. You're scripting the actions basically, right? And the puzzle for that one was a little complicated. We got it solved eventually, right? But it didn't. I wasn't sure whether it was necessary or not. And then the reward just ended up being a singular Soma health upgrade. I forgot what it's called, but to me that was lame. Like, that was unrewarding. Like, if you want exploration to be rewarding in your game, if you want people to be have an incentive to venture through all the parts of the map, I think the rewards need to be a bit better than just like a singular, like a 1 out of 4 piece of upgrading your health bar, right? So I had issue with that. But there were some other parts that were cool. Some parts gave you like an amulet, some of them gave you money. But again, I don't know if the rewards for exploring were the best. That's the way I feel. I feel like the reward for exploring in this game was seeing the world unravel rather than getting better, like, quality of a gameplay experience. I shouldn't say gameplay experience, but, like, you know, like, rather than your like character getting bonuses, or at least the bonuses being substantial enough, it felt more so like the world was becoming like you're trying to get it felt like more context around like the world was being unlocked as opposed to anything else, which is fine. And especially with the collectibles that were describing some of the lore, I didn't read most of them, I'm gonna be honest. And it's not because it's not because like they were bad or like I don't care, but more so, you know, I'm trying to finish the game, right? But I'm sure in future playthroughs I'll take a deeper look at whatever people wrote, or whatever the whatever the devs wrote for these lore pieces, which obviously they put a lot of effort into developing this world like that. So but yeah, the collectibles, and then the memory shards. Okay, that's the biggest problem with the exploration. Memory shards are possible to find in a lot of the spots that are like explorer spots. And memory shards, if you're not familiar, it's one of the quality of life features of this game, where, you know, you can take like a picture of where you are. So let me try that right now, if I remember how to do it. So you press it down, and it like memorizes the vision of the spot you're at, right? And you can do it while airborne too. So there I just used 2 memory shards. I'm gonna remove one of them. But the issue with memory shards is that not only are they collectible, but they're also, you have a finite amount of them. I mean, it's supposed to be a quality of life feature, right? For helping you remember spots that you want to come back to if you don't have enough abilities to traverse that spot. And it just felt counterintuitive. It felt, not only did it feel like them being consumable, like if I had no reason to want to use them, but also like it's disincentivizing players from figuring out where they could come back to, right? And at the same time, I felt like I just never had a real need of using them, because the spots that I should come back to were very limited to begin with. Like, it's like, oh yeah, this spot I can go back to. It's very limited to begin with, mostly because of how guided the linearity, or oh my goodness, how linear the guided exploration of the game is. And what I mean by that is there's so many one-way walls, right? You're forced to basically just go this way until you get the next ability, right? But then you're thinking like, oh, once I get the ability that unlocks this part, I can go back to it, right? But no, the thing is, if you just keep going brute force down the path that you're trying to take, or whatever the quest line takes, you won't even need to go back to some of these spots where you may have used a memory shard at, which is crazy to think of, but that's the reality. So I do think, had memory shards been implemented as, instead of being a consumable collectible that you find from exploring, which is just completely backwards and counterintuitive, it should have just been a regular feature of the game. Maybe it wouldn't have been necessary to bind it to a D-pad button, but rather something in the menu here, and then you go inside, and then you know, 3, 2, 1, take the picture, and then boom, it's on your map now. I think that would have been an okay implementation. And I don't know if it needs to be finite. I think just giving the player as many as they want will work just fine. At the end of the day, it's the game they want to play, right? And it's a quality of life feature. I don't think it's supposed to be something that is tied to the gameplay, the core gameplay itself. So I'm not in full agreement with the implementation. let alone the concept of putting it as one of the rewards for exploration. It's really a shame. For that matter, money was another thing. I mentioned collectibles like lore items, which are these right here, which again I'm fine with. This Spirited Sand Jar, I guess, didn't amount to much. I'm not sure. Who knows? But regardless, you can find all these lore items along the way, and this is part of what I imagine would comprise the 100% of this game. Finding all the collectibles, right? And these are fine. In my opinion, there's no issue with these. These are clearly not gameplay oriented, but allows you to unlock more mysteries around the world of Mount Calf, right? But the money. I know I played this game in a very interesting way, right? But you can see how much money I have. I have 20k money. And in this game, you lose money on death, not a substantial amount, but enough to say that, okay, when you die, you gotta be careful not to die anymore, because dying does have consequences, right? But it's nothing like, a corpse run necessarily, which is great. I don't like corpse runs. Corpse runs are lame. I think they don't promote thorough explorative gameplay. So it's good that they didn't incorporate that in this game. But because money was found for a lot of the platforming challenges, especially late game, it felt so demoralizing, especially not finding good things to spend the money on. Like, obviously, I'm just going to put this as a disclaimer. There's a merchant in... there's a merchant right here, and it clearly says on the map, upgrades weapons and amulets. Again, maybe I just skimmed over it, right? But this is where money can be spent, right? But the main merchant I was always going back to was the mage, to see if I could try to find more stuff that she might have. But the shop didn't end up upgrading after a while. Once I bought out everything, it didn't seem like I could spend on anything else. Now, clearly, if I had followed along with the pattern, I probably would have noticed that there are other spots to spend the money on. I did recognize that this spot was a spot for that, like the scrapper. But as far as I could tell, there weren't that many merchants. There was another person here. Seems like the same person, right? But regardless, I do think that the opportunities for spending money in the game were not enough. And again, it's being part of the exploration does not help things there. And as we can see, those are the only merchants available, as far as I can tell, at least in this game. The ones at the Haven, and then here, and the depths. Right. So yeah, I think those, unfortunately, weren't strong points of the game. Memory shards, those components of exploration overall. But the components of exploration related to just the world itself and finding different NPCs potentially, seeing new scenery, encountering new enemies, finding new music tracks that complement the ambience. It's great. I think those aspects were good. Alright, so the platforming and the parkour. I guess that's related to movement. We can talk about movement first. Movement in this game's insane. It's so good. It is one of the best feeling metroidvanias I've played to move in. You don't get double jump for quite a while in the game, which is quite unusual. But this game goes for a bit less orthodox of a progression style, which we'll get into. So there's a good reason for them to have done that, right? But the movement in this game is so good. I mean, obviously, it's unfortunate to say this, but you're locked into using analog controls for this game. They don't allow you to bind any movement to D-pad, at least for the Switch version. I'm not sure if the PC version is different. But that being said, it felt comfortable enough to use the analog. There are some unique analog controls like walking, this is like fast walking, and then, or I guess jogging we can say, and then there's sprinting, that kind of thing, right? And then there's, for that matter, there's the slide, which is used a ton because they have invincibility frames. The back step, which I didn't use as much, but it's definitely useful. And then has a follow-up as well. It's also invincible. The jump, the different modes of the jumps is great because it offers so much control. It's like really good. Of course, you get a double jump later. You get an air dash later. You get all your movement options and all that stuff. And from the beginning of the game, you get a wall jump, which is amazing. You can't make full use of the wall jump until you get air dash, which you do get relatively early, the air dash, thankfully. But the wall jump being available right away definitely allows for like improving the parkour. It's like you can make careful judgments about how to traverse certain sections, or you can also just like climb quickly, especially once you get the air dash, right? But it's great. I think it allows for the movement to really shine, makes your character feel acrobatic and powerful, which is something I think goes a long way for elevating the gameplay experience. There's other aspects of the movement I didn't mention. There's nerdy stuff like dive kicks, which I used a lot. The dive kick's not an attack, but it's just more so for landing quickly. There's stuff like, what else was there? There's backflip, which is insane. It has invincibility, which I didn't realize initially, but the moment it was revealed in the game, I was like, okay, I'm going to be using this a lot, which I ended up doing indeed. But backflip being invincible is great. The fact that all the movement options chain extremely well with the combat, like, and extremely well with each other for that matter, is excellent too. Again, it just feels like everything is so flexible and open. It doesn't feel like you're restricted, and I think that allows for the player to like be immersed more easily, like, because they can have a gameplay experience where they decide how they want to play the game. So it's great. Yeah, and the platforming and parkour. So I explained the movement already, but the platforming and parkour complemented well with the movement, I think, because mostly, like, it always felt like each section was of like hazards with the platforming. Not only felt dangerous, but it felt doable. Like, it always felt like, oh yeah, I can, if I like thread the needle barely with this air dash, I can make it through, right? But I have to still be precise about it. And that precision that's demanded doesn't feel far-fetched or out of reach because, again, you're given so much control with the movement. Other aspects of the platforming, I think they're pretty unique. There were certain parts of the Sacred Archives that I thought stood out quite a bit with their platforming, especially since that area was less enemy focused, at least towards the tail end of it. But I think overall, like, platforming was great. There were a lot of parts that you couldn't sequence break though, which can be good or bad. I think in this game it was probably a good thing, because you definitely want to keep things controlled for a long game. You don't want things to get too out of hand. But I also do think that the platforming gets better throughout the game. As you get more progression abilities, movement options available, the platforming just feels better. It's insane. And one of my favorite, we'll get into the progression later on, but one of my favorite ways of platforming in the game was figuring out the angle for the chakram and then combining that with some of the air actions I have, and potentially with the teleport as well, to get through some of the, you know, tougher platforming parkour sections, especially in this area, right? Because Sacred Archives has plenty of those. Yeah, so that's definitely one of the strongest, if not the strongest part of the game, other than the combat, which we'll get to. It really excelled in this. It was great. One thing I will comment on negatively about the platforming, it did feel like sometimes there was some lack of polish in the collision. There were times where I would be like against the wall or like near this hook, and I would either not cling or I would be forcibly climb onto this when I'm like, basically there's some imprecision in some of these instances right here. Like, I'm near the hook, right? You'd expect me to grab onto it right away, but unfortunately, because wall cling takes priority, you might not grab onto it right away, and then when you jump, you'd make like a jump off of it, like a wall jump, instead of a neutral jump, like a jump straight up. And that's a huge difference, right? So that can be a little annoying, but it's not like a major thing. I think that's like probably the one bad thing about the platforming in the movement. But overall, it's just excellent. It's great. It's probably the best part of the game. One of the best parts. Okay, progression, right? So there's progression and there's progression abilities. We can go over both. So this is these 6 Simorgh feathers are all the progression. It doesn't seem like there's much as far as like a general like freedom in how you can get them. It does seem like it's pretty linear, the order of getting them. Obviously, speedrunners would sequence break and, you know, use the glitches that they've discovered to get these out of order. But in terms of the regular playthrough, it didn't feel like there was really branching paths or multiple ways of traversing the sections, save for the last two abilities where it's like, okay, I can probably traverse that part without needing without needing this ability. This is the last ability you grab. It feels like the chakram ability suffices for most of the sections where the game would expect you to have the whatever this is called, the sash, I think it's called. So yeah, that's one thing I guess about the progression. But overall, you start, the first progression ability you get is the air dash, which is, again, it's unusual, it's unorthodox, but I think it worked for this game actually. There are plenty of times where you'd be on some platforming sections that require wall jump, and the air dash just works so amazingly with wall jump because it allows you to basically just infinitely climb any wall in the game, which is great because that allows you to quickly navigate upwards in platforming sections that this game throws at you, and you're going to be using it the whole game. It also allows you to, maneuver yourself in the air, which plenty of times you might find yourself hanging in midair for quite a while, vulnerable to enemies' attacks, and you either dive kick or air dash to get out of the way. And the fact that you can also like steer your air dash slightly after its input is also cool, because a lot of times the game will just lock. A lot of times games will lock you into the direction you air dashed in, and they won't allow you to like turn around midway through. But the fact that this game allows you to turn around is great. After air dash, I think it takes a while, and then you get which ability was it? Oh, you get the image, right? Another sick ability. Like this one, again, unorthodox, but I think very creative. And one of the abilities I think stood out the most. Very cool. You basically just place a temporary copy of yourself, and you can teleport to it anytime you want, as long as you don't enter the next room. And it's very useful. Early on, they don't really enforce it as something required for traversing and stuff, but later on, you got to start figuring out the puzzles and stuff, and this becomes extremely useful. Not just for those puzzles, but also for some dodges on certain bosses late game. This turned out to be extremely useful. I was always having this at the front of my mind for several instances where I needed to dodge or I needed to figure out a tricky puzzle that was not immediately obvious how to traverse past it. So after the image, I believe you get the ability that I just showed. You get either the bow, maybe the bow is before the image, but regardless, you get either the bow or the chakram. The chakram by itself is not too interesting, to be honest. It's like a forced key pretty much in early parts of the game, but then later on you get an upgrade to be able to teleport to it after you beat Manolius, and it's insane. Like this became quickly my favorite ability unlocked. Like this is just so unbelievably versatile. And of course, when you combine it with some fancy trigonometry, you get some cool ideas that you can incorporate and combine with the other movement options and progression abilities you might pick up in the game, and it's great. I really appreciated this ability the most, and I wish I had gotten it earlier in the game, like as part of the progression, but what can you do? But this was cool. The chakram by itself, again, not the most interesting. It's just a key pretty much, and of course, before you get the ability to teleport to it, you can return it to you early, or not return it to you early, but like you have to be able to return it to you after it attaches to something. But once you get the teleport ability, then it's insane. It's sick. The other thing, so the Dimension Claw. This one, I believe, can't remember where it's gotten from, but I wasn't too impressed with it. Like, you had to use it, obviously, to get out of certain areas, not only the escape route, but also just the traversing route. It wasn't always the ability they forced you to use, but whenever they did force you to use it, it felt like more so a key than anything else. That being said, though, this ability is still cool. It's very creative as well. It can be incorporated in combat, bosses, and just overall the quotidian exploration that Sargon goes along, right? So I do think the versatility does make it decent among the progression abilities. It's probably a mid-tier progression ability, but it's not by any means one of the worst ones. It's definitely cool. The other one, I think the worst one, was Clairvoyance. This one definitely was just forced. Like you can it basically just allows you to like go to like the other realm. I don't know how it's called, but this one you mostly use in the area I'm in currently, and you don't really use it for the most part anywhere else. I did not like it. It just felt forced. You have to like switch between it. It's mapped to a weird button, which is R3, right analog click. I do not like that. Like, it's just, this was my least favorite progression ability by far. And it didn't feel like it was useful against bosses either. Maybe I'm missing out on something. Maybe I didn't recognize where it was useful against the bosses, but it felt like there was no reason to use this on bosses. In fact, it muted the sound and music to some extent. So that might have been unfavorable for just the immersion. But overall, this is my least favorite progression ability. Definitely felt like I was confined to how they wanted me to use it. And then lastly, double jump. I can't believe I'm saying lastly, but that's the reality. Double jump, you get pretty late, but it is a double jump. It's going to be good no matter the game, and this game is no exception. It's pretty good implementation of double jump. Gives you full air control. You can backflip during double jump, which is great. I'm not sure if the backflip still has invincibility, to be honest, but you can. Actually, maybe all the double jumps are backflips, but regardless, yeah, that's the double jump. It's very useful. It just gives you more mobility, gives you more attacks as well, and we'll get to combat later. But yeah, it's great. The double jump is great. And then, well, I mean, yeah, because the thing with double jump too is that you end up needing it for like the majority of the game. So by the time you get it, it's like a key. But then because it's also just a good implementation of movement, it ends up standing out quite well overall. And then the last one you get is the sash. So again, this one, I don't know. I thought it was cool. It is cool still, in my opinion. But it's so late into the game that the only times it's strictly needed is when they say you need to use it. And that's about it. Because everything that you can do with the sash, you can do in a cooler way with the chakram. In my opinion, at least. And the sash itself, it was definitely great against some of the late game bosses, and I didn't fully realize its potential for that until a bit later. I needed a stream or so to figure out the full potential of it. But again, because you get it so late into the game, it's like, you know. Yeah. But it's definitely cool. Again, creative. It's awesome that you can like hook yourself to objects and enemies for that matter. You can pull them in, or you can pull yourself towards them. It also does like a little bit of damage, and it can be used to suspend yourself in the air slightly, similar to Dimension Claw, but without the cooldown, or without as much cooldown, I should say. So it's great. But I wouldn't say it's top tier compared to like double jump or the chakram teleport. Okay, those are all the progression abilities. So I talked about the progression abilities individually. The progression overall, I think, was great. Like, it was well handled. Felt like I was getting gradually powerful after major milestone bosses, which was excellent. I think that's how a Metroidvania should be. It shouldn't be, like, obviously progression shouldn't be too hand-holdy, but it should feel like you're able to explore where you want. And this game tries to keep you like pretty relatively confined to the main path, because again, all the one-way walls. The guidance that is available in the game through the guided exploration option, which I had on for the majority of the game. I turned it off briefly, but realized that it's in the game, might as well use it to try to get the idea of how that works. And I think, again, it was great. It just gave you some icons where, you know, progression was unlocked, like here, and then the moment that you traverse there with that new progression, then it kind of disappears, right? The thing that the guided progression also gives you is it gives you the spots where you need to go for quest. That one, I'm not sure how I feel about it. It made me feel like I was kind of more confined to going in that direction, and perhaps less incentivized to explore other parts of the map. But at the same time, it's not like an entirely bad thing. Another way they could have done it, maybe they could have given a description of where to go in the area. But at the same time, I mean, it's like something you can turn off. It's not like a bad thing. And in my opinion, having it available as an option is better than it being forced. Like, you can't turn it off. Giving the players an option to turn it off is much better. Or turn it on, depending on what the player wants. I think that's a much better way to do it. But yeah, the progression was good. Felt smooth and gradual. Didn't feel like it was Like, it was handholdy, obviously, but it didn't feel like it was too aimless. It didn't feel like I was struggling to figure out where to go, which is always a good thing, because Metroidvanias can get overwhelming because of all the non-linearity, the multiple areas that you might be returning to at different times. But I think in this game, the progression was extremely good. Like, this is like it definitely followed in the right footsteps of the Metroidvanias that preceded it. You know, the big greats like Symphony of the Night, you know, Metroid Fusion, Super Metroid, those kinds of games, right? It had the right inspiration, basically. Yeah, I think that's good enough for progression. If I can't think of anything. Oh, yeah, puzzles. Technically, they were part of progression. So there were several puzzles in the game that you were required to do. Like, there was one of them that was a riddle that was required. The riddle was amusing. I enjoyed it. But the puzzles, I think, were some of the most creative stuff I've seen. Especially, again, it was in Sacred Archives. I can't remember which spot exactly. It might have been this area right here. But basically, this replaced the boss, because most areas had like a major boss as progression. But this area, Sacred Archives, had the puzzles. It had a trio, or actually I think 4 puzzles. Yeah, it had 4 puzzles that were progression. And of course, you like, puzzles are kind of hard to implement in the game because you solve them once, you know how to beat them from then on. And several times people just look them up, right? But I think if you just look within what they were going for, it was extremely well done. I had first thought there was some jank and perhaps lack of clarity on how to make use of the puzzle devices, but I think once it became clear what was necessary to do, it was pretty satisfying, I would say. There was a soft lock on one of the puzzles I encountered. Quite unfortunate, because, you know, the first time it happened, it was on accident, and thankfully there was a way out of it. And then the times that I did it on purpose, there was literally a soft lock. And it was rough because it feels like something that a casual player could accidentally do and potentially lose several minutes of progress depending on where they last saved. But yeah, the puzzles were cool. I think they were definitely welcome into this game, at least the ones in Sacred Archives. There were a couple other puzzles that were optional, or, you know, I can't remember them as well because they weren't as good, but I think overall it's like a positive in the game. Okay. Combat is the big one. The combat. Where do we even begin? My goodness. I guess for one, we can go to the Haven to go to the training mode. Because this game has a training mode, yes. Isn't that great? True fighting game. But let's go to the Haven. So the combat in this game, in my opinion, is top class for Metroidvania. It is among the best I've seen personally. And at this point, I've played a lot of Metroidvanias. My favorite is still Afterimage, but I've played a number of the Igavanias by this point. I've played some of the indie ones that have come out last year. D-Lit and Wonder Labyrinth. There was, what was the other one I played? Regardless, though, a lot of these games, combat isn't clearly a focus. Like for Metroid games, combat is definitely in a very specific way where it's not as much of the focus as the exploration itself is, or like, you know, progressing through the game is. But in this game, combat is slapped right in front of your face from the very beginning. The number of options in the moveset your character's given from the very beginning. When I had first played this game, I was confused. I was like, are we just like, it's like Alucard where he has like all this powerful gear and then it gets taken away once you start the game? But no, we're just given excellent moveset from the get-go. And for that matter, I stuck with this loadout the entirety of the game. I didn't, unfortunately, make use of the opportunity to upgrade my weapons, so this is the loadout that I stuck with the whole time, including the potion count. But yeah, combat is good. You're given standing attacks, which each have follow-ups with each other. We can go to the training mode.
Good to see.
You're given standing attacks, which each have follow-ups and combos with each other. All of them are cancelable into jumps, dashes, slides, crouching attacks, supers, basically, you know, parries, anything you can think of, it is probably cancelable, which is amazing. It, again, complements so well with the movement options in this game. Part of it too is that, like, you can also do like held attacks, charge attacks with these. You can cancel them into parry. Air parry itself also cancels itself on landing, which is cool because, you know, that means it's like a low risk way of making use of the combat system while still getting parries in. And for that matter, the way parries interact with the super meter system in this game makes it even more rewarding to engage thoughtfully with the combat mechanics, because supers just massively increase your damage potential, which matters a lot for boss fights and enemy gauntlets. So I really liked the way they handled combat in this game. They made it as the central component of the game, something you can really focus on. And then the nice addition too of the vengeful strikes, I think they're called, which is like the parry against yellow attacks. It's really cool, satisfying. It's rewarding for being watchful on the enemy attack patterns. Gives you a nice bit of meter and damage. And in general, I think the parry is great too, because, you know, parries are controversial in 2D games since it's like, you know, you lack the third dimension to be able to make parries like have a bit more depth. But I think in 2D games, you can just have depth by making the timing very specific or making the conditions specific. And that's what this game does. This game makes the parry not the easiest to land because the timing is not the most lenient. If I do it too early, I'm gonna get super like counter hit. Okay, obviously not there. Let me try to make it happen. You get counter hit and you take way more damage if you get counter hit. Very bad. So it forces you to really try to engage and thoughtfully make use of this mechanic if you're gonna make it. But once you do, it's super rewarding because the meter amount that you get. And for that matter, supers are awesome. I stuck to a small subset of the supers. I didn't feel like a lot of the supers were good. In fact, I think this is where I struggled a bit. It felt like the supers, we can exit briefly here because we've seen the glory of the training mode already. But it felt like supers, I don't know, like the good supers felt like the ones that you would get on the natural progression path of the game, the main quest line that is. Whereas the bad supers, like basically all the supers that I got from like divergent paths ended up not being that good or useful. This is the first one you get, which is like, you know, like a dash attack basically. And it's all right. Is this the first one? I can't remember, but this one is the one I stuck with the moment I got it. Obviously, all the supers have invincibility frames, which is great. But the flexibility of the hitbox on Shabazz, like Shabazz, like the flexibility of the hitbox on it is great. It's doable in the air as well, which is very underrated. Being able to do your combos in the air and then cancel it smoothly into this air super, and then continuing the hits afterwards was great. And, you know, gives you the iframes to work with as well. I also used a lot of the bombs, the heal, and also pushes away enemies. It did cost 2 levels of super, but that also made me just more conscious of trying to get some parries in to make sure I could build the meter more efficiently. And then this one I didn't really use, unfortunately. This was one I got from Doppelganger fight that was optional. And again, I think the optional... The supers that were along optional paths weren't that great in my opinion, especially well, okay, maybe not that one, but the parry was good. This is probably one of the best supers I picked up, and I didn't fully realize how good it was until noticing that it allows you to parry red marked attacks. And I mentioned that about the conditions of the parry, where, you know, the timing isn't the most lenient necessarily, and if you miss, you get counter hit. But there's also certain attacks that you just straight up can't parry, which is those marked by red. And the thing about those attacks, we can get this if it looks like I didn't get it. Funny. But the thing about red attacks is that they're still parryable by this level 3 parry super auto search. So it's really good, and it's rewarding damage. It gives you more opportunities to build your meter back because you're able to stock 3 meters once you unlock the level 3 supers in the game. So yeah, it's great. The one thing that I didn't like as much about the supers, obviously they wanted to make sure to not make the supers highly abusable, was the cooldown. The cooldown on the supers felt pretty lengthy. I didn't think they needed to be that long because I felt like the whole process of getting the meter built back up was enough of a cooldown in and of itself. And, you know, if you want to reward players that make good use of the mechanics, those players are going to build the super and use it right away once they get it anyway. So I don't know if the cooldown implementation was complimentary in that regard, but at least it did make it such that I was paying quite the amount of attention to the right side of my screen to make sure I had the super online and make good use of it in the boss fights, especially in late game. That's so important. where those boss fights can get pretty long and some tiresome for that matter. So it's important to do that. This leads pretty cleanly into the enemy design. Enemy design was great all around, all throughout the game, all across the board. I do think that part of that is though is because this game didn't have the certain, like, you know, Castlevania or Vania in general style RPG leveling. So this game was able to perhaps get away with having, you know, the enemies remain at a constant power level throughout the game. But that being said, the movesets of the attacks of the enemies were very memorable. It forced me to try to find ways to either navigate and bypass the enemies, or at least look for opportunities to parry them, dodge past them, dodge through them, you know, land a few hits, juggle them, in fact, because you are able to juggle in this game as well. I didn't mention this too, but we can go back to free training so I can show the juggle system slightly. Because I talked only service level about the combat mechanics with the moveset, but you can cancel almost anything you can think of, right? But I do think the enemy design was great. A lot of variety. In general, the attacks were thoughtful and complemented, again, well with just the rest of the game system. There's a launcher you can do, and if you hold the attack button after you launch, then you'll automatically jump after them, which is great. I did end up metagaming the juggle system, though. I found it better to just do double air attacks, because the double air attacks are way faster, and then maybe double jump as well, and then dive kick and re-jump after them, because it allows you to maintain your juggle and keep the hits going. The game does tell you that the more you do the same attacks, the more those hits scale, but it didn't feel like the scaling was that substantial, especially with the amulet I had equipped to improve the damage on my air attacks. So it did feel like, in that regard, I was able to kind of metagame in a way that felt comfortable for me, though. So it's all good. I do think with how much inspiration this game had from fighting games, it would have been cool to have a grab, like just like a type of throw you can do on enemies, especially enemies that had shields. But given that you can use the sash to like pull enemies, like I guess that's like the functional grab. But since you get it so late, it's not something that is easy to incorporate or think of incorporating throughout most of the game. But yeah, there's plenty of cool attacks you can do. And you can even get while sliding attacks. Oops. I'm trying to do the while sliding. Yep, there we go. You can do a slide and then attack on the other side. You can dodge, attack. You can do held attack, which is like a Hadouken. Takes a while to charge up, but it was useful early game for ranged combat. But overall, like some great options. Like they really did a great job putting a lot of thoughtful effort into making the mechanics just feel so satisfying. It's definitely easy to see the fighting game inspiration from the combat mechanics, and with the enemy design, it's just amazing. I do think that early game the enemies were a bit. I think the enemies hit a bit too hard early game. I think that was mostly though because the health pool was a bit tiny. Late game, the health pool was much larger, and the enemies didn't necessarily scale in strength. Some of them did, but also it felt like I was dying a lot less to enemy encounters late game than I did early game, where I just had a very small health pool. Part of that though could be because the difficulty I was playing on was Hero, which is the second highest, and that one increases the enemy damage by 50%, a 1.5 times multiplier. So that could be part of the factor, right? But I will say that like the enemy design overall was pretty cool. Some enemies I was annoyed by. That's just natural though. It's definitely evident the Souls-like influence this game has. So there's a lot of enemies that are engaging, memorable, have fleshed out movesets, force you to think about ways to navigate around them, or think about the mechanics that allow you to best eliminate them or get past them. So it's great. All right, we've talked a great deal about enemies. Bosses are left to discuss, but I do want to get to that as the last thing because it's going to be a while, and I have a tier list template I want to use to facilitate that discussion. So we'll get to that later. I have here quality of life things. So yeah, quality of life, top class in this game. A quest menu clearly indicates where you can go to beat these quests. Side quest as well. Oops. side quests here as well. I didn't do a lot of them, but they're all here and available to do, so it's great. The menus are good. They're fast. They're snappy. Snappy menus are super underrated. I do think a lot of time is generally just wasted of players' gameplay when you have menus that just open slowly, and you see how like snappy this is, right? Like I'm doing it over and over, and it's great. Now, obviously, they have slight delay when opening the main pause menu, and I think this is mostly a countermeasure against people that were pause buffering long ago. But I'm not sure if this is really. Oh, oops. I'm not sure if this is really something that is like intentional. They still kept the menu fast and snappy, so I for one appreciate it. It might go unappreciated by quite a number of people, but I do think it matters a lot. The map opens very fast as well, which is great. It shows where you are. It shows other parts of the map that are located near you. Has some great icons for that matter. Has a legend that's very descriptive. Easy to find where you are. Look at other places in the map. Recenter yourself. Something that I didn't really take much notice of at first, but I started to realize like, hey, this is a great little touch to the map, is that they sometimes have like landmark representations of that part of the map on the mini map. So it's great. And the reason for this is because it allows you to feel like, all right, there's a set piece starting to unravel here. They're building up hype for like maybe a major milestone in the main storyline progression. There are a number of times where you could probably telegraph a boss, which, you know, that wasn't consistent. So I wouldn't say that was, you know, something that was done poorly, because not all the spots that you see like this was not a boss spot. This was just like a falling rocks platforming challenge, basically. Whereas this is where we fought Ajdaha. This was like his Coliseum right there. And then over here, we obviously fought a boss. But there were a lot of parts of the map that aren't necessarily indicating like, okay, there's a boss here. But it's more so a way of conveying like the thematic concepts or components of the area you're about to visit. So it's I think the quality of life is top class for sure. It's hard to say that it would set the standard for future games, because there are obviously some things it didn't do necessarily 100% right. Like the memory shards, as well-meaning as they were, didn't necessarily hit the mark 100%. But I do think most of the things in this game were well handled. They gave you a lot of markers too. I didn't end up using the markers a lot. They give you 100 of them, but I didn't really end up using them. Mostly because I didn't backtrack a lot. I went mostly along the main path the game was telling me to go to. But if I go for 100%, I'll definitely make sure to visit these other spots, which obviously, after a certain point, every part of the game becomes visitable. So it's not like you'll need the markers anymore anyway. But there were parts like here that I didn't quite visit all the way, so we'll be able to go back to them. And then the guided mode, I've already talked a great deal about it, but this was excellent. I think this is one of the best quality of life features the game has, especially not just compared to Metroidvanias, but compared to just RPGs in general. Having the clear objective, but not necessarily having a mini map while you're playing the game. Like, you know, there's no mini map, compass, or anything like that on this HUD, but you can see like, okay, this is the general area I need to go to. I might need to go through this like area, venture through some unvisited parts as well, but otherwise you get where you have to generally go, which is the whole goal with these kinds of markers. It also tells you what parts are in logic, which I think is great information, not just for the player's first playthrough, but for future playthroughs where you might be doing, you know, if this game later gets a randomizer, this is a way of like maybe making use of whether it's parts in logic or not, or whether the game expects you to be able to visit that part. There are some spots that I did visit before the X was removed, but at least this red X being there allowed me to remember that, okay, this is a part that I might not be expected to get to, so I'm not going to worry too much about it, but I will come back here later. They also tell you where you last died. They tell you one-way walls, which, given how many there are in the game, kind of necessary. If it didn't have it, that would be such a shame. The unexplored paths was surprisingly great to have. I will say there was a lot of times where I wasn't sure where I could go, and there was like a branching path I came across. Didn't necessarily venture through it, but the unexplored path marker allowed me to know that, okay, I can come back here later. And it'll be there without my needing to necessarily mark it on the map. Yeah, so overall quality of life on the map is great. The difficulty sliders, yes. So this game has difficulty that you can change midway through. And for that matter, the difficulty options for this game, so as you can see, I played on Hero, but you don't even need to play on the preset difficulties that this game offers. You can play with modifying the sliders to your heart's content, which is super underrated. If there's any way to implement just change the number sort of difficulty, I think this is the way to do it. Giving the player this amount of freedom and flexibility allows them to, again, customize their gameplay experience, allow them to be more immersed in the game overall, and then also ensure that, you know, if you're trying to do any special challenges, it's easy to just have some modular numbers that you can say, okay, we're going to set the settings to like, hey, we're going to have 1.0 author gain or 1.0 author loss from damage, something like that. You know, that makes it easy to communicate what kind of way people want to play the game if they're trying to do any challenges of any sort. There were some other settings I didn't necessarily use because I personally just went with the preset hero difficulty. I didn't try the standard difficulty. I did turn it on briefly and then realized it didn't make a difference for the enemy health, so I just went back to hero, where, as you can see, the health is only changed in immortal, which I'm so glad I did not do because that would have been stressful. But it's good that they give you some options. They even allow you to change the parry difficulty. It's a easy, normal, or hard. I had it on normal. The dodge window, to changing how many iframes you have, which, I mean, this is just incredible. Like, really cool. Obviously, these will just change the numbers in the background, right? But this amount of customization for difficulty is, in my opinion, like how difficulty should be handled in Metroidvania games. A lot of times the developers don't even tell you what they're changing when the difficulties are done. You just have to figure it out on your own, like what's different. And most of the time it's just the numbers, right? But this game, they give you so much that you're able to change, and we're able to see clearly what is being changed in each difficulty. And you can change it midway through the playthrough, which is even better. There's other accessibility things that are good. Like we already talked about guided exploration, melee targeting assist, aim assist strength. I didn't like it that much. I wish there was something that didn't have aim assist as an option, like maybe off. I would have preferred it to have an off option. It did get in the way early when the bow was being used before I got the... Actually, to be honest, it was still kind of rough for any aiming related things. But mostly when I had the bow, like early game, and, you know, of course, early game, they force you to use the bow quite a bit for progressing. Platforming assist is cool. If you really want to just skip stuff, you can use this to skip them, which is cool. It's cool that you have the option. It doesn't matter whether people use it, but you have the option there. I personally turned on auto unfreeze because I don't like mashing. So this basically allows you to escape from ice automatically. I don't think it mashes necessarily super fast. I think if one were to manually mash, you can mash faster than how the game mashes for you. But personally, I'd rather keep my hands nice and fresh rather than have to deal with escaping more quickly. Yeah, there are other accessibility options that were cool related to sound, subtitles, those things. So great set of quality of life options. And then, of course, the save files, the standard stuff, you know, it just has 3 save files, which is unfortunate, but usually that's enough for most people. I used 2 personally just because there was a time I got soft locked and I decided, okay, I should have a save copy. I should have a backup copy just in case this happens again. But yeah, otherwise, yeah. Okay. So that's good enough about gameplay stuff. We can talk about the aesthetic stuff, like the art, the set pieces, everything like that. So the in-engine cutscenes, I appreciated that they went for like something like that rather than doing cutscenes that were just strictly speaking out of the engine of the game. Obviously, this game was made in Unity, so it's possible to do them in engine, and I'm sure they took that into consideration. But you know, it's possible for the game to suffer from having in-engine cutscenes because maybe they don't look as good. But I think this game still looked good with the in-engine cutscenes. It helped for breaking the flow because sometimes, in a good way. Because sometimes you'd have like just dialogue prompt boxes And if those were all the cutscenes in the game, it wouldn't be as immersive as having the important milestone cutscenes being the ones that are a bit more cinematic. And speaking of cinematic, I really appreciated the supers having cutscenes, not just on the bosses. Oh, sorry, not just on Sargon supers that you use throughout the game. Like that's the cutscene for the that's like a super flash from a fighting game, right? But also a lot of the bosses were beautifully done. Like it felt like an epic fight for each of them, especially Kiana and Onward, because it's like you're getting a cutscene for the entrance. You're getting a cutscene for whenever they do like a special attack that does a lot of damage to you, and it makes it feel painful. Not just because of how much damage it does, but how much time it takes. I do think that the amount of time that some of those cinematic attacks took could be said to be a downside, but I personally enjoyed it every time. There were moments where I'm like, okay, I'm trying to skip it. Maybe like the intro cutscene if I've seen it already for the boss, or if there's like a phase transition cutscene. I would skip those after, the first couple times. But having them in the first place, again, just made it a lot cooler of an experience to fight the boss, and made it even more satisfying once the boss was eliminated. Yeah, and then so yeah, I talked about the the cutscenes, the cinematics, the camera angles. So sometimes this game is at this zoom level, sometimes this game zooms out, sometimes this game is really zoomed in, sometimes it's buggy and it doesn't have the right zoom for the right instance. Overall, I do think, and it's I will say it's good that this game allows for panning the camera with the right analog stick. Some games don't allow for that. This is great for just allowing for parkour to be a lot safer. Or you're able to see what you're doing. Obviously I can't go downward, which is unfortunate. There are some moments like this where you just can't pan the camera downward for whatever reason. I didn't like it that much. It seems like the camera is locked based on the position you are relative to the next, I guess, block of visibility. So that's the unfortunate part about the cameras in this game, but otherwise I think it's really well done. The characters, Zargon himself, he's an alright protagonist. He's not like a super he's not like a top tier protagonist in Metroidvanias. He's pretty powerful from the very get-go. That much is clear. But it feels good to play as a powerful character, all the same in the gameplay. But in terms of the story and the writing of Sargon, I think it was just okay. Sargon felt like more so a method or a tool or a means of painting the story and world of the game, as opposed to, you're playing as a character with strong ambitions or with cool personality or characteristics, It didn't really feel like he was super deep of a character, but he was a cool warrior. Let's put it that way. It felt cool to do the cutscenes, and it felt cool to meet and interact with other NPCs. You just learn more about the world in that way. But I wasn't necessarily super wowed by Sargon as a character in the story. On the other hand, Varum I think is just cool. He is cool in a cool way. I'm just thinking about it more now, and I can't really say any of the characters are extremely well written in the story, but in terms of the ones that stood out were the coolest. Varum was really cool. Manolius was cool until we had to fight him. I can't really say the same for most of the other immortals, to be honest. Nate didn't really do that much, it seemed to me. Dare I say. I'm not sure if the side quests had more or something, I don't know. But yeah, I didn't really feel like those characters did that much. Orrod, we had to fight him, but we didn't really get to engage with him that much otherwise. The other immortals, I can't even name them, so that's how you know. Hassan, the character we had to save, had basically next to no characterization. It just felt like we were saving like a nameless prince who happened to be named Hassan. They could have just named him Prince and it would have been believable. That's how lack of characterization he had. And considering is the character after which the game is named, quite a misstep there in my opinion. Oh well. Anahita had the most interesting, I think she was the most interesting character, but not because of the characterization itself, but more so her motives. Like what it felt like we were trying to figure out what she was up to, right? Because obviously there was a mystery behind everything. And she was one of the main people involved in that mystery, other than Varum and then Tamiris. But Tamiris wasn't that interesting either. I mean, she was just basically, she was just the person that just wanted to take the throne. That's all we know. So I do think Anahita was the most fleshed out character, but that doesn't say much. So overall, the writing of the characters wasn't the greatest, but I do think they were all cool and helped build the world. The voice acting is top tier. They clearly put a lot of money into the voice acting, the voice actors, and the voice actors did great performances for the English voice acting. I do believe there's other language options for the voice acting. I didn't experiment with those. Let's see, French, German, Spanish, Persian. This would have been cool to try because that is indeed, that's the setting of this game is Persia, right? So it would have been cool to try out Persian. Unfortunately, didn't get a chance to. Maybe I'll try it out on my own and give my thoughts on it in a future stream or something. But yeah, English voice acting was really good. Helped a lot. Voice acting matters so much for improving just the player, for improving like the players, I guess, like, I don't know how to describe it. Like appreciation. I know I've said immersion a lot, but that applies here too. Like it allows you to just get ingrained with the story, the world, the gameplay, everything related to the game. Voice acting just brings up a lot related to attacking. Like, I've already mentioned voice, like, the dialogues, but the voice lines characters do when they do attacks, like Shabbat. Like those are the things that are going to help you remember the game, right? So I think it's really important to have voice acting, and it was really well done here. A lot of memorable voice lines from bosses, Varum's begone, that kind of stuff. There's Ajdaha, who really stood out to me, had the coolest voice and had the coolest voicing style, like, speaking style, like, a couple of words, but you can understand what he's saying still, and he says it in a very ominous way. Some other characters that were quite interesting as well. You will serve, like, Kiana, right? And I think voice acting was really good. Music, insane as well. It's unfortunate because I was so focused on the gameplay oftentimes that I couldn't take particular notice to the music. That's not a bad thing itself, but the music from what the times I was paying attention to it was really good. I really liked the acoustic strums for the areas that had them. It felt like it played well along with like just the rhythmic components of the other instruments. Some of the boss fight themes, I think, could have had like more emphasis on them to play into like the moment of the fight you're into, like maybe change the theme a little bit when you're into like the deeper phase. It didn't feel like the theme changed much. I just feel like they just had one continuous song. Although again, I didn't pay 100% attention to a lot of the music, so I might be wrong on that. Regardless, though, the music was good that I did pay attention to. Really, really good. Like when I was doing some platforming or puzzle thinking, like it was nice to have some cool ambient music to listen to. Definitely a mix of rock and what I imagine is like more traditional style of music. The lore is better than the story itself, in my opinion. The lore is like more interesting, in my opinion, than the story. The only interesting part of the story was what made the story interesting itself was the fights and the characters just being cool, like fighting wise. But the story itself fell flat to me compared to the lore. The lore, like, with Samorg being like reigning over this Mount Koth area, that kind of thing, giving you like lots of strong powers. All the bosses you encounter, what's their backstory, a lot of the collectibles for that matter that you can read. There's a bunch of tablets that have lots of text too that you can scroll through. I didn't read a lot of these, but a lot of these will probably give context on some of the components of the story that probably weren't well conveyed necessarily through the dialogue or the cutscenes. But I think this will still allow for expanding the world beyond the service level gameplay. So yeah, the lore is really cool. Okay, this is all I've written down for components of the game to rate or discuss. We've been discussing for quite a while. Overall, tremendous video game. This has quickly become one of my favorite Metroidvanias, let alone video games. I wouldn't necessarily put it above some other Metroidvanias I've played, but this is more so like my personal bias in terms of my personal taste and all of that. But in terms of just looking at this game from a more like general lens, I think this is a very high quality video game. Highly recommend for anyone that likes Metroidvania games. Even if you don't like Metroidvania games, if you like just general action combat games with, especially I'd say like Souls fans will definitely have a good time with this game, even if you've never played Metroidvanias before, because there are definitely a lot of components that are akin to Souls-like games, from my understanding at least. I've not played a Souls-like game, or I've not played a Souls game, but from what I can understand, this game does have a lot of those components in it. So yeah, highly recommend for a lot of people that may be on the fence. I know the price is a bit intimidating. It's probably worth just waiting for a sale if you haven't already played the game. But overall, very high quality game. I'm very pleasantly surprised that Ubisoft was capable of putting out a quality product like this, but here we are. So yeah, that is Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown. Let's go ahead and do a tier list. Oh dear, how are we gonna get this ready? You guys will have to give me some time to actually switch to the tier list scene, because I gotta turn off the Switch and then open the tab. So just give me some time. Oops, we can leave this here until. All right, let me just actually let me save before doing anything else. Because yeah, now we can talk about the bosses. Let me just make sure to exit properly. Okay, good. All right. All right, so just give me a few minutes to get the scene ready for that. Okay, I have a tier list now. So now all I need is some maybe background music. We can try to find some Prince of Persia OST. Let me see if I can find it. Oh wow. No way. Did Ubisoft officially upload this? No way. Let's go. I'm pleasantly surprised about that. Alright, sure. Let's get that in the background. Hopefully it isn't too loud. I know you guys can't hear anything right now, but I just need to skip the ad. Actually, no. Why am I doing this? I have incognito, but I realized I don't need it for this. Might be, yeah, no, it should be fine, yep. Turn that down a little bit, for me, at least. Again, hopefully it's not too loud for you guys. If it is too loud, do let me know. Okay, so This is a very rough scene, so I apologize in advance for the lack of polish, but please do understand. Okay, that's better. All right, here we go. Boss tier list time. So we got plenty of bosses in this game. We've got oh, I should have put up, my apologies, one moment. Apologies. Gotta put up the now playing. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Okay. Boss tier this time. Oh, you guys didn't see anything. No, those are just my notes, so don't worry. Nothing was leaked. All right. So the bosses in this game, we've got a number of them. Unfortunately, not all of them are listed here. So I'm just gonna talk about the ones that are not listed here and where I would put them if they were rankable. So General Uvishka is the first boss that we fight in the game. Oh dear, I realize now this music is too loud. I'm so sorry, guys. There we go. That's probably better, right? Or maybe it didn't make a difference, but regardless, I hope that's a little better. Okay, yeah, so General Vishka is the first boss you fight in the game. Basically a tutorial boss. Strictly speaking, you can fight him in any way, but I do think General Vishka is a great introduction to the game. It just allows you to see like different parts of the combat mechanics, forces you to really start getting used to the movement right away, the dodging, because there's no, like, you can't beat that boss without using the backstep dodge, the backflip, or the slide forms of iframes. So it right away just gets you ingrained with those concepts and ideas that are going to be used all throughout the game, not just on the bosses, but for general traversal and enemy battles, enemy engagement, I should say. So I think it's a good boss, the first boss in the game. I'll put it in A tier, maybe S tier. I mean, it's not like an S tier boss, I wouldn't say. In fact, let's rename these, because I don't like these names. We can say S for the first one, and A for this one, and then B. And then I do think there is a C tier. So we're going to use C as the last one. I don't think there's anything below C. And we can remove this. I don't know what this is for. Okay, so yeah, General Vishka, put him in probably B. Maybe A. I mean, it's a good boss. It's not like a bad boss. It's a good introduction to the game. There are definitely worse bosses in the game than General Vishka. So yeah, and then also it incorporates subtly the vengeful strike mechanic with the yellow parry. So I think that's really good. Like, it just, if you end up using that right away, that's like rewarding. If you don't end up using it, it's like not the end of the world. But later on, you'll be met with the reality that it's probably good idea to use it. Okay, so there's General Vishka. There's Erlich. Erlich is the boar, the huge giant boar that you fight in I think Harkanian Forest. This boss was the first boss I kind of had trouble with. Not because it's a hard boss, because I died a lot for whatever reason. I do not think it was a great boss. Like, I think it's definitely just okay. Definitely put it below General Vishka. The issue with Erlich is that the collision, it kind of exposes the lackluster collision mechanics that this game has, especially as it relates to the iframe movements, which unfortunately doesn't work so well together when you have those two combined. Aside from that, though, the patterns aren't super memorable, and it's not a boss that necessarily pushes the combat mechanics to a degree that's anything profound compared to what Vishka would have portrayed from that being the first fight. So yeah, I wouldn't say that Erlich was a great boss. I'll put it in C tier. Giant Crab will go in C tier as well. Crab bosses, in my experience, just from my, I guess, from my gaming time, have been the archetypal worst bosses in the game, but usually for bad reasons. Giant Crab in this game was not a hard boss at all, but I still would think it was one of the worst bosses in the game, which is hilarious that it still fulfilled like that archetype. Just very unmemorable attacks. The only thing I remember about Giant Crab was that you can like knock off its like giant, like I think arm attachment or something, and that's where you can damage that boss a little more. That was about it though. The patterns were not really too insane. Didn't really think, like, given the area it was in, I think it was in the depths. Like, you would think it's a much scarier boss, but it ended up being like one of the easier things. I think there were a lot of enemies in the depths that were harder than Giant Crab as a boss. So yeah, C tier for that one. Undead Prisoner, I think, was also... I can't remember which area Undead Prisoner was in, but I remember the fight. The fight was cool. I will admit, it was one of those where I like cleared it after not too many tries. But I do think that it had a good mix of different types of dodges required for its attacks. Yeah, and it wasn't too tanky. It was in a relatively early area as well, so decent boss. Maybe a B tier for that one. I still think the Undead Prisoner is below Ivishka though. So for right now, the tier list would be Ivishka, and then Undead Prisoner, and then Ehrlich above Giant Crab in C tier. Okay, so the last boss before I would say the difficulty spike in the game. Well, okay, not the last, because it's kind of out of order, because you also have to fight Doppelganger. But we can talk about Manticore, who's Jakanda or Jahanda. I don't know how to. Anyway, it doesn't matter. This is like what the boss I'm talking about. This boss is definitely like here. I think it's even below Uvishka and Undead Prisoner, or maybe above Undead Prisoner, but below Uvishka. I don't remember much from this boss, so yeah. But I do think. I think by this point we had air dash, or either air dash or the image teleport available, so the dodges were becoming a bit easier, I guess. I don't know, but regardless, yeah, not much to say. Doppelganger, I think obviously it's like in some ways a nod to Symphony of the Night, right? You fight yourself, but in this game it fit thematically, because there's like different periods of time. You're fighting your past self, you're fighting, like there's also the future self and all of that, right? The fight itself, unfortunately, because Doppelganger is a human opponent, he's juggleable. And for that matter, he can also like but I mean, the good thing is like with Doppelganger, because he's using the character moveset that you have, he's going to do a lot more variety of attacks potentially. With that being said, I don't think it was like a hard boss fight. It's definitely a cool boss. I'd put it above, maybe also B tier. Again, most of the early game bosses pale in comparison to late game bosses, so I would definitely. Oh, Uvishka is actually here. My mistake. There we go. Uvishka. So yeah, I'll put Doppelganger maybe B tier as well. We got a lot of B and C tiers early game. And then Kiana is the first reasonable boss. Like, this is definitely the difficulty spike in the game. This is where you start to get a sense of the themes of the types of bosses that you'll encounter all throughout the playthrough. She's the start of, the base of the stereotype this game has, with 3-phase bosses, with cutscenes in between them, different moves going on, different sorts of dodges, requiring you multiple attempts potentially, forcing you to think about not just the combat mechanics, but also some of the complementary mechanics, such as the amulets, the supers that you have equipped, the kinds of progression abilities you picked up by that point, and how you can make use of them in the dodges. This is the first boss that starts getting the player thinking about those things. And for that reason alone, I would put her in A tier. But I do think, that being said, she is the second worst boss in this part of the game. Mostly because some of the dodges are a little bit esoteric, in my opinion. Like, it didn't need to be that obscure for some of the dodges. Not to mention, I think the bombs that she summons doing more damage than some of her basic attacks was just lame, in my opinion at least. It just didn't make any sense. If you want to make the boss threatening, I don't think that's the way to do it. Because, again, those bombs can be, like, absorbed, right, with the Dimension Claw that you're supposed to have or something. I can't remember if it was gotten at that point, but regardless, it does feel like... No, actually, you don't have Dimension Claw. Oh my goodness. That's right. I think Kiana's the boss that gives Dimension Claw. So, actually, in that case, no, even worse then. Because that's the boss where you have to use, like, the arrows, I think, to destroy the bombs. Which is just completely lame, because you have a finite amount of them. It's fortunate that the game does give you arrow drops as you run out of them. But then, if your arrows whiff, then you're out. You're out for good. And you got to destroy the bombs some other way, which tends to be risky. And I don't know if you have the chakram by that point. I can't remember. But regardless, I think Kiana is definitely second lowest boss at this point in the game. And there's another boss that's lower. We're going to get there. But... Oh, Ajdaha is not in this template? No way. How is Ajdaha not in this template? Are you serious? Wow. Okay, no, you know what? No, unacceptable. Unacceptable. Let me look for another template. Wow, I cannot believe the scam right here. Such an important character, not just for the boss fight, but like the progression, the storyline. He's hyped up because he's you fight him in the Pit of Eternal Sands, which the old man gives you some information on. Like, I can't believe that's not here. You're not serious, right? Do I really need to, like... Wow, I might need to, like, just grab some images from a website, which is fine. I'll just do that, I guess. Okay, yeah, well, sure, we'll do that. Let me just grab some images quickly, you guys. Just be patient. My apologies. Hopefully these images work, because I'm just, like, quickly finding them right now. I am very surprised that Ajdaha is not in this template. Just a mistake. Okay. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Well, we gotta convert all of them to AVIF. Amazing. Well, even the conversion takes a while here, because they're like, you can't convert more than 2 at a time. Amusing. Okay, we got all the files, I think. Now we gotta upload them. Hopefully they work. Here we go. Yes, excellent. Okay. All right, here we go. Now we can put all these bosses here. So, who do we talk about? Erlich. Erlich is there. Who's this? Giant crab. Undead prisoner. Doppelganger. Okay, there we go. Now we're good. Okay, so Ajdaha. Boom. Top tier boss. Top tier, just top tier person in the game. Top tier entity in the game. His existence, you can tell he's a powerful being. And for that matter, the boss fight itself, very engaging. This is another one of the bosses that, again, you have to incorporate some progression abilities as part of the dodges. And unfortunately, the knowledge checks are a bit grimacing at first, but once you figure them out overall, I think the rest of the boss's attacks, outside of specifically that attack, are really fun. Like, fun to engage with, fun to dodge. Satisfying boss to beat down. Gives you some cool dialogue afterwards. Overall, epic fight. Really, really well done fight. Great music, etc. Really enjoyed that one. After Ajdaha was Menolius. Or was it Varum? Was it Varum 1? No. I think it was Menolius, yeah. Because we needed the Chakram teleport. I think. Yeah. Alright, Menolius. Man, do I want to be this harsh? No, yeah, I think Menolius. The feelings are not good. Like, he's not even like a hard boss. Like, I think we're on the other hand, like Kiana and Ajda are like hard bosses. Menolius, I don't think is hard. He's just frustrating, which makes him hard. Like, the amount of times he runs away, fires very telegraphed arrows that have lingering hitboxes. Like, they seem easy to dodge because they're telegraphed, right? But then they have lingering hitboxes that just make it a little frustrating. Then he has the sparkles that come after you. You have to get rid of them, otherwise they become a big nuisance. Just a long fight because of the frustrations. I think it could have been handled a little differently to make that not the case. Cool character, sure, but the fight is not fun, in my opinion. So then after Menolius is Orod. Yeah, Orod was cool, I think. Lightning boss. A lot of interesting attack patterns. He's one of the bigger bosses, chunkier boss. Oh, never mind. We got Darius. Yeah. I think Orod overall was interesting fight. You know, it was semi-satisfying, I guess, but part of it too is that the strat I needed to implement was, you know, between two different sessions. So I think it did require some like simmering on that. But decent fight. I would put him above Kiana. Okay, then we got Varum 1. Varum 1 is top tier. Like, I thought this would be the best boss in the game, but we're gonna get there. Don't worry. Varum 1 is such a good boss. He's hyped up for a reason, and he's so fun to fight. Like, there are a couple of attacks that are a little suspect. I didn't think needed to be the way they are. The time reversal, even though like it's like, yeah, temporarily he can get temporary health that potentially regenerates, and you can easily get rid of it by hitting him. But the issue with that is just the time wasting. Like, basically you're about to attack him, then he reverses time, and it just like wastes like a couple of seconds. I know it sounds so minimal and like sounds like I'm over complaining, but you're in the flow when you're fighting him, right? You want to keep it going, and it just breaks up the flow, that kind of move. But overall, he is very fun to dodge. A lot of incorporating different sorts of movement. He's a boss that you can't really parry most of his attacks, so it forces you to learn more, like get more comfortable with the movement options, the dodges, those things. And then landing hits on him is satisfying because he's a boss that actually allows you to slightly like apply stiffness or like, you know, hit stun on him. So you can hit him out of certain attacks, especially the case in phase 1. Yeah, so yeah, I think Varum, one of my favorite bosses. Very satisfying to fight, very satisfying to beat once you beat him. Has great patterns that make sense, save for the time reversal. The half circle like multi-blade strike, I didn't like that attack, but there was a point in time where I'm realizing like, okay, yeah, I'm double jumping a bit too soon. I might need to time my double jump a bit differently. But it's definitely a bit difficult of an attack to deal with when he does 3 of them all on the ground, because I believe they are based on your active position at that point. So yeah, that's a little frustrating. On top of the screen shatter strike, that one was a little toxic, because mostly because I think I was trying to apply how it worked in another game, Afterimage, with Renee's version of that attack, where you can't dodge it unless like you use iframes or do a super jump. I was trying to use iframes against that version of Varm's attacks, or Varm's version of that attack, and it didn't work, obviously, because you need to like be in the dead zone specifically when the attack is active. It's not about, you know, using iframes necessarily. Otherwise, you just take a bunch of damage for no reason. But yeah, fun boss, one of the best bosses, no doubt. And actually, that reminded me, Kiana, like, you know, a lot of these bosses have like distinct phases from Kiana and onward, like phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, very distinct. Sometimes there's a damage cap. I don't know if I liked the damage cap applied. I was noticing it when I was using some supers to try to cash out damage and rebuild some meter with, you know, landing parries in the future, right? I didn't like that because it did feel discouraging, like on how the meter was spent. Fortunately, though, with good parries, you can recover the meter rather quickly. But for bosses like Varum, where you can't really parry a lot of his attacks, that becomes a bit of a frustration. It's also notable on some of Darius' stuff, which we're going to talk about soon. But yeah, Kiana's phase 2 with the minigame thing, that was funny at the time. Like in hindsight, I think that was actually one of the more engaging parts of the Kiana fight, because there were some other things that were a bit more annoying. And Kiana's one of those stamina fights early on. So again, she's just like the difficulty spike, and she sets up the rest of the bosses in the game pretty much, right? So, all right, Darius, King Darius. Yikes. I believe he's the boss with the most health in the game. Yeah. Rough. I think he's a little too tanky. He's not a hard boss. The patterns are so slow and telegraphed, and they even give you the like little grapple points for you to like use the sash on once you unlock that. It's a no-no. When they put that there, that's how you know the boss is going to be interestingly designed, to say the least. Yeah, I didn't really like that boss. He hits hard for sure, but the more annoying part is how much health he has. Learning him is quite of a chore, because there's a lot of attack patterns that are unusual. Like the dodge isn't unusual, but more so the next part of it is kind of going to catch you off guard. And then again, if you get hit by it, it's a lot of damage. He's very tanky himself, so it's just a very awkward learning experience. But I wouldn't say he's as bad as Darius. Or I said as bad as Manolius. Oh my goodness. Maybe he is, but maybe also I'm being too mean on Manolius. Basically, Darius is like, in my opinion, the worst boss in that phase of the game, just because of the amount of health and how like kind of boring he is to fight, because his attacks are slow, you know, they're telegraphed, and then they give you the grapple points, which you're required to use. So it's like kind of thwarts any idea of meaningful creativity with the dodging. Whereas I think that's more so the case with Ajdaha, with Varum, with even Orad, you know. So okay, and then the Varum, the final Varum. Good stuff. Some good stuff. That's an epic fight if I've ever seen one. That is how you do a final boss fight. Now, I will say, having 4 phases is a little rough, and you have to beat each of them in succession naturally. They're all separate health bars, but the saving grace is that it's not a mean boss. The boss is very fair. The damage values are reasonable, and the phases individually don't have much health. So I think because of that, and the fact that he actually has parryable attacks, unlike first Varum, it allows for like good meter management to start to shine. And plus, it's a late game boss, so you have all the abilities, all the means to fight him with full capacity. So it allows the attack patterns of him to shine. I think learning the different phases is a bit, you know, it can be a bit of a trek at first. But because there's consistency in the phases, it's not like, well, there were a couple attacks that were slightly different, but each separate phase was not introducing something crazy new. But I did think, that being said, they did a great job of making them feel like a distinct boss from first Varum. A lot of games, when they have a repeat boss, they'll recycle the same attack patterns, but no. Varum 2 is a completely separate boss of his own. Winged Varum, Shin Varum, whatever you want to call him. Regardless, this is a sick boss. Yeah, had a lot of fun fighting him. I do wish that the grapple points for one of the, like the meteor fireball attack, maybe you don't need those. Maybe get the player try to, like, you know, think of a different way to dodge, because after all, there's some other attacks where he's at that position in the air and you don't necessarily have those grapple points available, but you can still get to him with the sash. So maybe that's the only complaint I have, aside from maybe a couple of jank instances that I encountered. But again, that's related to collision of the game. So yeah, great boss. Even better because 4 phases where meter carries over, and you're allowed to parry a lot of his attacks. So I think it allows for good, like, just allows for all the mechanics to come together for the final culmination. Great boss to end the game with. Varum just top tier in all ways. Yeah, you guys, this is my boss tier list for Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown. The bosses really elevate this game, elevate the combat, the mechanics, the movement, combine a lot of the elements of the enemy design that we see throughout every area. And it plays really well into the game's difficulty style, where it's like kind of Souls-like. You know, there's a theme with these bosses basically. So after a while, you can start to sense the pattern with the different phases and the cutscene supers, the things that you don't want to get hit by, right, because you take too much damage, or the things you want to seize your opportunity for because you get the Vengeful Strike for a lot of damage and meter. I think those were all really well done. Great game. This is my bosses. This is my boss tier list. And yeah, I think before we all grow weary and tired from talking at length about this game in a review sense, have to say again, really enjoyed this game. Highly recommend for all Metroidvania players. If you haven't played this game and you're a Metroidvania fan, highly recommend. If you're not a Metroidvania fan, still a good game if you're a fan of action games, especially that are 2D. It's a really fun time. And yeah, there'll probably be some time in the future where I come back and look to 100% it. Not right away. I do need a short break, but you know, I do plan on trying to look at the other things that I missed out on in the game. So yeah, shout out to Ubisoft and everyone that worked on the game for their amazing work on it. And you guys, that's going to be all for the stream today. We've talked a lot, so let me start preparing for bed, and hope you guys all enjoyed the stream, enjoyed the gameplay, the playthrough, the review, and everything. So yeah, I hope you all have a good one. Thanks for watching. See you next time.